It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive. Somehow be alive For next 3 years, I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, we welcome each and every one of you that have joined us, that are watching us live right now, to this segment of Parashakti Akashic reading. And we welcome all the Kailasians, e-Kailasians, and all the Hindus that are tuning into this from across the world and watching this program via Facebook, Twitter, KAILASA's Nithyananda TV, KAILASA TV, and various other social media platforms. And so nice to meet all of you, and especially that each day
We are having amazing revelations from Swamiji, and we are learning more and more deeper truths and experiencing amazing things. It would be really wonderful even if you all the viewers that are coming here having amazing experiences, do share your experiences in the comment section.
Now, in this next 4 hours, what you are going to see, what you're going to listen to, and what you are going to understand is going to be life transformative. In today's world, with so many things, war on one side, and still humanity trying to battle all the after effects of the pandemic,
And
there's so
even
much that's happening.
The pandemic is also not over yet, right? Like lot more things are getting added again and again. One side war and terrorism, one more side mass shootings, and one more side we are seeing how this monkeypox and Omicron and still lot more things.
Another side, like so many countries are being pushed into economic crisis,
Mhm.
and there's a lot more to battle right now in each and every one of our lives, personally and humanity at large. At this time, when all of us are in a dire need of a solution, a practical, which can give you the experience which is practical and which is understandable. And that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting to the humanity through this special program.
So now let's take a few minutes to understand few of the amazing contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to understand who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is. Our Guru, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened civilizational Hindu nation. The first nation for Hindus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation, the living embodied form of Paramashiva, the supreme godhead of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and recognized by his predecessors as the Avatar. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity.
And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Sondai Mandaladinam, and he is the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, which is the largest apex monastic order. Actually, all of us can see the pictures here, and this is a photograph of the coronation of Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of KAILASONNada Shyamala Peetha Sarvajna Peetham. All of us can see the coronation happening.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, and
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsha Sarangi Samrajyam. Actually, this is the very lineage which had Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu and Harishchandra and great emperors, and in that the very lineage, the same royal lineage, today Swamiji is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsha Sarangi Samrajyam.
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu spiritual leaders from around the world. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is leading the whole world, the 2 billion Hindus around the world, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to lead and to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, to re-establish Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
And we can also see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with many prominent leaders. Here you can see in the photograph, Swamiji is gifting a book, or I think the book is getting released by APJ Abdul Kalam, who was a former president of India, and Swamiji has authored more than 1,500 books and 10,000 articles, and published in 267 languages with over 1,000 titles. And he has 66.4 plus, more than 66.4 million followers worldwide, who revere Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, as the Avatar, incarnation as per Hinduism and as their spiritual guru.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has delivered over 15,000 hours of discourses, enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally in more than 150 countries around the
Actually,
globe.
we can see in these photographs how so many people are just crowding. There are like even records that at the time 10,000 people used to sit in some of these discourses. So over 10,000, over 15,000 hours of discourses and 1 billion lives enriched and enriched digitally.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gitas, Jain Sutras, and more. And Swamiji has revealed a lot on each of these sacred scriptures, making it understandable and practically applicable to the modern day humanity. And we all also can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as a leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, most internationally recognized Hindu leader, revered as a teacher of Hinduism, most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched. Here we can also see how the Mind, Body and Spirit magazine, which is one of the oldest spiritual magazines in the Europe, has recognized and listed Swamiji as one of the top 100 most spiritually influential living people.
And also you can also see Swamiji with many prominent leaders. You could see Swamiji with scientists, big leaders, country heads. Like you can see here, Swamiji is meeting even with kings. You can see where Swamiji is meeting with Sri Narendra Modi ji. You can see Swamiji meeting with a great scientist and researcher, Mr. Charles Towns. You could see Swamiji with, I think, Jayendra Saraswati Swami. You can see Swamiji here with the king and the ambassador of Mauritius. So many prominent leaders with just a few of the pictures that are shown to you. And for more pictures, you can visit nithyanandapedia.org and see even the great recognitions that Swamiji has been receiving. Lot of proclamation and commendation letters from various leaders across the globe. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university, and it has satellite campuses in over 150 countries, with 22 universities and 186 extended campuses and 242 Nithyananda groups.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a founder and reviver of largest Hindu library, KAILASA's Nithyananda Jnanalaya, with over 1 million books, 1 million plus palm leaf scriptures, 5 million plus catalogs, 50,000 plus manuscripts, and over 20 million digital books. All of these are available and accessible to all of us at kailasa.org/Nithyananda Jnanalaya. Sorry, the link is projected for all of you here. You can take a moment. It's kailasa.nithyanandajnanalaya.org. So you all can visit kailasa.nithyanandajnanalaya.org and you can access all of these information, whatever we are sharing with you all right now, all the palm leaf scriptures, books, manuscripts, catalogs, everything is available to the public free of cost, made available by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Can you just imagine what a humongous contribution that is? Like, Swamiji is just 45 years old, and the work that Swamiji has done in these years is just mind-boggling, because largest Hindu university and the largest Hindu library and largest collection of palm leaf scriptures, over 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and all these Swamiji has made it available for free. Swamiji has made the entire university courses, the whole Nithyananda Hindu University, all the courses are available for free. It's something like unimaginable, just at such a short span of time. And Swamiji is the establisher of thousands of KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems across the globe. He is the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajna people. Swamiji is the reviver, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudras, Rudrakanyas, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sanyas.
Now, in today's program, we are going to be addressing some of the most fundamental questions. Can global peace be created? With all of this, one thing I'm sure everyone wants is global peace. Now, is global peace a mere understanding or talks? Or is there a way practically that you can create global peace? Is there a way, a scientific, practical methodology through which you can establish global peace? We have answers to all of these questions in the most scientific method established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be sharing these answers with you all with lots of experiments and lots of examples and stories. So just stay tuned with us and we will share with you all after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nithyanandam, we welcome you all back.
We welcome all the viewers. Yes, I'm seeing Ma Saranka, Malala Taksha's comment saying Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, was so wonderful to see you here. And Nithyanandam to all the viewers now. Now we are going to be entering into the next round, which is we are going to be experiencing the power of body scanning. Manifesting extraordinary Shaktis. This is a huge revival of Swamiji. So now let's enter.
We are going to be experientially seeing and understanding what are these Shaktis and how we can manifest them. So let us get ready. Let us understand experientially what we should do and how we can manifest powers.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. So today, the Nithyananda yogis are going to be manifesting the power of third eye, where we are going to be demonstrating the power of body scanning. Anybody that would like to have your body scanned, take a moment and leave your comment in the comment section here. In KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, you could leave your comments in the comment section and we would be able to see your comment and we will be able to scan your body. So now let's enter into understanding about power of Shaktis. Sorry.
Yes, let us understand what are Shaktis. In the Vedas and Agamas, which are the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail about how every human being, each and every one of us, are inbuilt, empowered and hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary powers, such as third eye and ability to teleport, materialize, fly, everything. It is not it does not need any qualification, does not need any religion, does not need any belief. All you need to do is just when the powers are awakened in you, you can manifest. The fundamental requirement for the power manifestation is just that you believe, understand and cognize that you are divine. Nothing else. Just understanding that you are divine. And from that space of oneness, just connecting and manifesting. And that is all that is required. This forms the fundamental difference between what we call as Shaktis and Siddhis.
Shaktis are when you manifest in the powers after you get an initiation. So Shaktis are manifested in you when out of your deep connection, feeling connection with the Guru, out of your high integrity and chastity to the Guru, the avatar initiates you, and what you start manifesting are called as Shaktis. On the other hand, when it's out of your penance, when you're out of your tapas, you start manifesting some powers, they are called as Siddhis. Shaktis are from the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are in the path of enlightenment. Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through human beings, to ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way, and these Shaktis are permanent. On the other hand, Siddhis are temporary and they may distract you from enlightenment. And because today, whatever Shaktis we are manifesting are directly initiated by Swamiji, all these powers are Shaktis. And you also have the possibility to manifest these Shaktis.
Now, the source of these Shaktis is Paramashiva, who is a primordial divinity of Hinduism, the supreme godhead of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And he, in his Vyakta, exists as consciousness, formless. And in his Vyakta, he manifests as Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 hands. And he performs the Panchakritya, also known as the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, and Anugraha, which is creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation, respectively.
And he himself has come down as the avatar, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Maha Sannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And he is reviving the science as gift to the whole humanity. And as we further continue, I request everybody to just take a moment now. If you would like to have your body scanned, do leave a comment, because we are going to be sharing with you about the authenticity of these powers and references for these. And then we're going to be entering into the power manifestation. I'm already seeing a comment from Malala Taksha, Nithyananda Malala Taksha Shoma. Yes, we would scan your body as soon as this segment is done. So do stay tuned. So now, as we were sharing the powers and power manifestation, how it's the source of all these is Paramashiva.
Now, we will be seeing how can one receive these powers. Like we were sharing in the beginning, these powers are accessible, available to each and every human being. Anyone who wants to manifest, just out of your will, just out of the initiation, you can manifest. Now, how are these Shaktis transmitted to another person? Is through initiation. From time immemorial, the Guru Shishya Parampara, the master disciple lineage, transmits the power from one to another, master to disciple, and so on. Now, Swamiji, as a very avatar of Paramashiva, was birthed by so many enlightened beings, adepts, rishis, munis, seers, saints, siddhas. Many of them, as a result of their tapas and penance, Swamiji happened. And today, Swamiji is reviving this same science by initiating, through the science of initiation, Swamiji is transmitting these powers into us. And we will now understand the process through which each of these powers authenticate.
Just like how the lit lamp lights another lamp, same way the avatar transmits his Shaktis to us through the process of Diksha, initiation. And today all of us are going to be receiving this initiation directly from Swamiji through the satsang that we are going to be having. Now, each science that is revived by Swamiji is actually authenticated through 4 aspects of evidence. Like we have so many different sciences that are there. Like, let's say one amazing thing is yoga, but we have different forms of yoga, and yoga is almost diluted. And so it's too important that these subtle sciences that we are learning are authentic. So that is why Swamiji is teaching us every science that Swamiji reveals is authenticated with 4 different aspects. First is the Shastra Pramanas. Shastra Pramanas are the source scriptures. These Shastra Pramanas are the source scriptures which is taken, like all the references are taken from these source scriptures of Hinduism. And next is the Apta Pramanas. Apta Pramanas are the references of these powers. Like these powers are from the lives of Aptas, authorities of Hinduism, the great rishis, the great Vedic scientists who have time tested and authenticated this science. Third is the Atma Pramana. So every single power that's manifested that Swamiji teaches us, Swamiji himself manifests it, experiments it on him, and then only share it with us. And the next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, where with the modern day science, Swamiji establishes the authenticity of all these great sciences.
The science based and directly using the latest technology, scientific studies done in all these sciences that Swamiji is providing, and it is established in a very foolproof and authentic manner. And now we are going to be entering into one of the basic powers of third eye, the power of body scanning. And like Mata said, we already have Ma Karanka, Ma Lalataksha, who's messaged and who's requested for a body scanning.
I bless you
Sure,
all.
Ma.
Let you all open all your 3
So-
eyes.
And Ma Tattvapriya will scan you. I'll be chanting the
Powers
Shastra
of
Pramana.
Paramashivoham.
I'll be chanting the Pramanas for this power, and Ma Nithyananda will be scanning Ma Karanka.
Yes, so Malala Takshananda, I'm going to be scanning him now. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be connecting with Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya and scanning.
Cognize deeply from the subtlest constitutive principles of one's own body, the Swadeha, or of the whole universe. Simultaneously consists of the consciousness, and they are being absorbed in their source called Paramashivoham. By bringing your restful awareness, one manifests the ultimate universal divine power. Now, the Apta Pramana for this is a very beautiful story from the life of a Buddha called Thereya. He was a very prominent disciple of Agastya Maharishi, who was one of the great Saptarisis. And one day a man who was suffering from a severe head infection comes up to Agastya and says, please cure my headache. And Agastya, through the power of body scanning, immediately finds out that there's a tere, a small frog sitting in the person's brain groove, and he immediately instructs his disciple to perform an open head surgery and to remove the frog. The disciple does so, and the person who comes with the infection is completely cured, and he is free and rid of the infection and pain. Thus, the disciple gains the name Thereya. This is a very beautiful example of how these ancient, age-old sciences were practiced and applied in their day-to-day life back then.
And Swamiji has manifested his powers so many times, and one such example you can see is when there was a fracture that happened in Swamiji's body, and Swamiji was able to see just scan and tell like what exactly is happening. And not just that, Swamiji assured the disciples not to worry and explained, even though it was a very severe fracture, and Swamiji was able to scan and even able to verify those things medically. Now I just scanned Malalataksha. So Malalataksha, these were the things that was revealed. I'm going to be sharing now, and I just wanted to also tell the viewers what we are doing is just we are only sharing from whatever is appearing in the third eye, which is a spiritual practice, and this is no way a medical diagnosis. So we do recommend you to go consult to the physician and then follow the advice again. Now I'm just going to be sharing Malalataksha. The first thing that I was able to see was, I actually saw a few interesting things actually. The one I saw is there is a wall, and you have kind of something like a small seed or something over here, and that is the source of an infection that is spreading in your house. Your wall is like it's the wall somewhere, maybe to a balcony or something like that, have a plant or something. I got green color and something very short. And next, what I was able to see is, I was able to see that I got the word air humidifier. I think you might be having it in your house, and you're using that. There's kind of a chemical that's used in that, which is causing irritation in yours as well as your mother's respiratory system. It's starting very minimally. You will feel it as slight itchiness in your throat, very slight, but over the time this might lead you to have headaches. This might lead you to have breathing troubles, and I think your mother is already feeling that a little bit. The third thing that I was able to see is, I saw something like a cupcake and cream on it, like this kind of thing that appeared. I think you might have had that recently, and that has also caused like one in your mouth as well as in your stomach. It is not gotten digested clearly, and that sweet is also causing a very slight irritation in your upper stomach, and it's also starting to create some like your teeth also. I think it's stuck in your right side teeth, I think the sugar molecules or something is stuck, where it is starting to corrode the inner portion of your teeth. That's why you will see like you will get, either you might already be having or you would be getting in the next 2 or 3 days. So this is what I was able to see, and your hair is also becoming drier towards the end, and this is showing that inside your body there is the protein is going down. So you need to increase the protein intake, and you can also use like natural hair packs for your hair. Like maybe you can just use banana and castor oil and you could apply it, as well as you can use coconut oil for your head. And these are the few things that I was able to see, ma. And you need to take in a lot of fluids. If you see, there would be a slight itchiness that you will feel in this region, either in your eyes or think here or here, very slight itchiness. This is just showing the beginning of an infection, and this infection, if not attended to, it will spread throughout your house. It's caused because of some mosquitoes. Your hand would already be having some mosquito bites, and like many mosquito bites would be there. I think it's in your elbow in this region, and this is starting to spread, and like the symptoms would start off with having minor headache, but it will build up into an infection. So better is to see what is this something, I think I'm not able to see that very clearly. I think it's something where it's like breeding mosquitoes or something, maybe a stagnant water or some source like that, which is creating this infection. So this was what I was able to see in Malalataksha.
And Malalataksha, I think this was a very detailed scan, Ma. So we request you to also let us know if you are able to relate with it, and please do share with us also what are all the points that clicked with you, and you can share a little bit more as to like what and all you were able to map and relate. So please do let us know in the comment section, Malalataksha, if you're able to relate with what Ma Tattvapriya had shared, and you can interact with us in the comment section. So now we saw a very beautiful demonstration of the power of body scanning, and we'll also be having Malalataksha who will be verifying it and sharing it further. But before we move on, we have already Malalataksha who has responded. She's saying, "Oh, okay, thank you so much, Ma. Yes, itchiness is there on the face, and yes, some bites. I will take more fluids." Wow, that's beautiful,
Okay,
Ma.
and Ma,
Thank you.
is there any like maybe a plant or something? I'm able to see this is exactly like I was able to actually see a picture in this. So there's a wall here, and the wall, the entrance of your house is here, and this wall is right like in the opposite direction of your entrance, something like that. Basically, the wall is facing north. The wall is facing northward, and there's like a plant or something just right adjacent to the wall. Maybe if you could just see if something is there like that. And also, could you also check, because I was able to see this as pictures, would be even interesting for me also to verify. And I was also able to see the other thing I was able to see was like a cupcake kind of thing, like a cake or something creamy. I just got like a silhouette of it. That's how I was able to see. So if you're able to verify that also, be nice. And thank you so much, Ma, for participating. And anybody else that would like to have a body scan, you could leave a comment here.
Please do let us know in the comment section, and you all can post and interact with us. Before we move on to the next segment, and before we understand further into how we can bring global peace, let us take a quick short break, and we'll be right back with you all for the next segment.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Paramashivoham. Thank you so much, Malala Tata, for welcoming back. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now let's enter into the next section.
Nithyananda
We are now going to
Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we are going to be entering into the next segment today. So we are going to be seeing what are the global impacts of war. Now let's go step by step.
With the crisis, there's so many things that's happening around the world today. And I'm sure each of us know every day hitting the headlines are the number of deaths in Ukraine, the number of the people fleeing, the war that's happening. And everyone tune in many times to news channels to know what is happening, because there's a war on planet Earth. And this war is a little different, because this has not just impacted the countries or those people, but it has impacted so many different countries. Now, every time a war that happens impacts not just that country or that country's people, but the whole world. And in the recent times, one of the worst war that humanity has seen is the Russia-Ukraine war. And did you know the impacts that it had on planet Earth? Let us see now in this segment statistics and some aspects, just some, of the impacts that the war has had on us.
Let's start with food industry. In 36 countries, food inflation is at 15% or higher, causing major problems for poor families who spend upwards of 50% of their income on food. And 60% of low-income countries are at a high risk of or are already in debt distress, up from 30% in 2015. And today we can already see that many countries have started declaring bankruptcy, including Sri Lanka being the first one, where they had declared it for national level. So it's really alarming the way the things are happening.
Talking about food and food insecurity naturally leads to hunger, and acute hunger is projected to increase by an additional 47 million people. We are talking in millions, and it was previously 276 million, and it has now taken a jump to 323 million. This is a staggering 17% jump, and with the steepest rises in sub-Saharan Africa. And the UN has issued a strong warning with related to how many people are going to be pushed into poverty and hunger, and this is going at an all-time high, pushing humanity into the face of one of the worst crises.
The latest data from the International Food Policy Research Institute's Food Trade Policy Tracker shows that since the Ukraine invasion by Russia, 23 countries have imposed export restrictions on food. The current restrictions affect about 17.3% of the total calories stated globally, up from 5.6% before the war.
Now, how may this impact, you may ask? Please understand that Russia and Ukraine were the largest exporters of wheat, barley, oil, sunflower oil, and so many more. And many countries, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa and in the Europe regions, were solely dependent on importing goods and products from Russia and Ukraine. Now, the war has imposed sanctions against Russia, and there's a lot of exports have stalled in Ukraine. And because of this, countries are turning to different other countries which it can export from. For example, people are turning to India for wheat. But due to the war crisis and food insecurity, many countries are imposing export bans because they want to make sure their country has. So the countries which are dependent on importing food from different countries are now stuck because they are not getting. And this is adding to the vicious cycle of food insecurity.
And the war has continued the already set paradigm of the pandemic. In its impact on the economy, Ukraine and Russia are key exporters of wheat and barley, as she was mentioning. So disruptions to the flow of these goods are compounding other supply chain and climate changes, driving up food and gas prices and causing shortages and pushing millions of people into hunger. Just imagine you go to the market and you want to buy food, and the vegetable vendor is going to tell you it's 10 times, it's like there's a 10 rupee increase in just 1 kg of carrots that you want to buy. And you're like, why? And you're going to be seeing that it's because he would say the petrol cost has increased. So whether a person knows that he is directly connected to the war or not, you might not even know about the name Russia or name Ukraine. You might not even be aware of the war, but even he is going to be affected.
Now, what this has done is increase the pressure on global economy. The economy, which is already having a huge setback because of the pandemic, is now burdened further by the Russia-Ukraine war. The World Bank has lowered its global growth forecast for 2022 by nearly a full percentage, which is from 4.1% to 3.2%, citing the pressure that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has placed on the global economy. Now, just the economic impact that the war is placing leads to various other cascading effects. One we saw is the tensions that is increasing in the market. And the second one is inflation.
Investors are rattled by rampant inflation and its dampening effect on the global growth. The International Monetary Fund predicts the US inflation rate will reach 7.7% this year and 5.3% in the Eurozone.
The next is debt crisis. Like we discussed, when there's such pressure on the economy by this war, naturally what happens is countries are pushed to spend, and because of inflation, the countries do not have enough economic support and power to provide for the country to keep it alive and running, and this pushes countries into debt crisis. Already in 36 countries, the food inflation is at 15% or higher, causing a major problem for poor families who spend upwards 50% of their income on food. 60% of low-income countries are at a higher risk or are already in debt distress, up from 30% since 2015, and fuel prices are at a 7-year high. Many of these countries have already started applying for loans to the World Bank. This is a huge setback that humanity is trying to battle in the economic perspective.
And another huge crisis, humanitarian crisis, is that more than 6.9 million people have fled Ukraine in one of the fastest growing refugee crises in the recent history. The humanitarian groups with resources already strained by the crisis elsewhere have sprung into action. The UN Refugee Agency has projected that some 8.3 million people might leave Ukraine and called for more financial support for refugees and the host countries, as both face challenges with access to food, housing, transportation, education, and money.
Now, what can you do? There's so many problems that's happening. There's war, people are dying, people are being homeless, people are fleeing their countries, people are suffering without food, people are being pushed into poverty. Even you are being affected, because if you have to go out somewhere and if you have to travel, you need to buy petrol, and the petrol prices are increasing. So everyone right now is impacted by this war. The whole world is watching. What can you do? Can you do something? Is there anything that you can do to change?
So now what do you feel? Like, what do you think you can do? Take a moment now and comment in the comment section. Because what is happening, it is really like a huge crime against humanity. Like, something I never ever even imagined that even in this century something could happen like this at this level. So before we enter into understanding what can be the solution, what can you do, let's take a quick short break and we will be right back with you. And we also request you to write your comment just before we go into the next segment, so we will be able to see what are the different perspectives that you could think of.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. is the space where life can flourish. In Sanskrit, we use the word Shanti. Shanti means peace internally, externally. Shanti, peace, is the space where life can flourish. Especially this tough time humanity is facing. The Ukraine-Russia war can go either way. If we all don't take the responsibility to stop the war, it can roll and become Third World War, which humanity can't afford. Please understand, as on now, not only we can't afford the effects of war and after effects of the war, we can't even afford the fear of the war, because the fear of the war itself can collapse many of our fragile systems like share markets, fuel price, gold price, various world currencies collapsing. All this itself will put millions of people in hunger and without food and basic necessities. Even if this running systems collapse, please understand, we are all looking at only the actual people in the war front and dying, but we are not considering price is rising in multiple countries. The gold price is rising in multiple countries. The currency is collapsing. All this is going to impact less privileged human beings. It is going to push millions and millions into poverty. The immediate impact of even the fear of war will kill millions who are not in the war zone. People who are not there at all in Russia or Ukraine, or who have not even heard the name Russia and Ukraine. Global media is not attending to these people. These stories of these people are never told, never brought to the attention of the world. We need to understand people who are no way directly responsible, who are not part of Russia or Ukraine. Millions are going to die just even by the fear of this war, because the fear of this war is going to melt down share market in multiple countries. It's going to raise the fuel price in multiple countries. It's going to raise the cost of living in multiple countries. It is going to deny food, medical care, survival needs to millions of people in multiple countries. Humanity need to take the responsibility for peace inside and peace outside. I want to be voice of the voiceless. Today, I want to raise my voice for those voiceless people who are dying not in Russia and Ukraine. See, people who are dying in the war front. Global media is raising their voice for them. Global media is attending to them. Global media is making it as an issue for the world. For the people who are dying in Russia and Ukraine who are in the war front. But nobody is raising the voice for those who are dying due to the different effects and impact of this war. Nobody is bothered about how the cost of living is rising. Even in Indian villages, due to the fuel price hike, nobody is talking about people becoming homeless in US, in Canada, in Europe, due to the fuel price hike, gold price hike, share market melting down. Many middle class people are pushed into poverty and below poverty due to the fear of this war. Nobody is raising voice for them. Today I want to raise my voice. I want to lend my voice. I want to give my voice for those voiceless people. Those people who don't have voice, who are no way connected to war, who are not citizens of Ukraine or citizens of Russia, who are not supporting the war or who are no way taking any side of Russia or Ukraine. Common people like you and me are pushed to poverty and below poverty, and they are getting killed without food, and their hopes are getting crushed. Their future hopes are getting crushed. Don't you see it? Just for those millions of people who are no way connected to Russia and Ukraine, just for those millions who are suffering, who are no way connected to Russia and Ukraine, just for their sake, we need peace. We need peace. We need peace. This is my message at this juncture. I want to bring those millions of people who are getting pushed into poverty and below poverty line, who are already suffering, reeling due to the pandemic, now facing this price hike. They are not able to put food in their plates. They are not able to give food to their families. I think it is time we human beings, humanity, takes the responsibility to stop the war. Today, we should decide for peace, global peace. I wanted to give my voice for those voiceless people who are dying all over the world due to the artificial poverty generated by the fear of this war.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. So now we just listened from Swamiji. A very powerful, strong message where Swamiji says how the Third World War is imminent. Swamiji says if we don't stop this war, in how many levels it can affect the people.
This was a very powerful message because Swamiji showed to us how it's not just the Ukrainians or Russians that are going to be impacted by the war, but it is going to be everyone who do not, many people who do not even know that there is Russia, there's something called Ukraine, or there's something called war, will be impacted by it. Just the fear. Swamiji says we cannot even afford to have the fear that there might be a third world war. That is the level in which we are. So humanity cannot afford the third world war.
Swamiji says, when we realize our role in the existential scheme of things, we can no longer feel separated from all those around us. We can only feel separated when we feel unconscious of our role, when we are unaware. The time has come to create a critical mass of enlightened people on planet Earth. Only by creating more and more people who are awakened, who are enlightened, can
peace is the space where life can flourish. In Sanskrit, we use the word Shanti. Shanti means peace internally, externally. Shanti, peace is the space where life can flourish. Especially this tough time humanity is facing. The Ukraine-Russia war can go either way. If we all don't take the responsibility to stop the war, it can roll and become third world war, which humanity can't afford. Please understand, as on now, not only we can't afford the effects of war and after effects of the war, we can't even afford the fear of the war, because the fear of the war itself can collapse many of our fragile systems like share markets, fuel price, gold price, various world currencies collapsing. All this itself will put millions of people in hunger and without food and basic necessities. Even if these running systems collapse, please understand, we are all looking at only the actual people in the war front and dying, but we are not considering price is rising. In multiple countries, the gold price is rising. In multiple countries, the currency is collapsing. All this is going to impact less privileged human beings. It is going to push millions and millions into poverty. The immediate impact of even the fear of war will kill millions who are not in the war zone. People who are not there at all in Russia or Ukraine, or who have not even heard the name Russia and Ukraine. Global media is not attending to these people. These stories of these people are never told, never brought to the attention of the world. We need to understand, people who are no way directly responsible, who are not part of Russia or Ukraine, millions are going to die just even by the fear of this war. Because the fear of this war is going to melt down share market in multiple countries. It's going to raise the fuel price in multiple countries. It's going to raise the cost of living in multiple countries. It is going to deny food, medical care, survival needs to millions of people in multiple countries. Humanity need to take the responsibility for peace inside and peace outside. I want to be voice of the voiceless. Today, I want to raise my voice for those voiceless people who are dying not in Russia and Ukraine. See, people who are dying in the war front. Global media is raising their voice for them. Global media is attending to them. Global media is making it as an issue for the world. For the people who are dying in Russia and Ukraine who are in the war front. But nobody is raising the voice for those who are dying due to the different effects and impact of this war. Nobody is bothered about how the cost of living is raising. Even in Indian villages, due to the fuel price hike, nobody is talking about people becoming homeless in US, in Canada, in Europe, due to the fuel price hike, gold price hike, share market melting down. Many middle class people are pushed into poverty and below poverty due to the fear of this war. Nobody is raising voice for them. Today I want to raise my voice. I want to lend my voice. I want to give my voice for those voiceless people. Those people who don't have voice, who are no way connected to war, who are not citizens of Ukraine or citizens of Russia, who are not supporting the war or who are no way taking any side of Russia or Ukraine. Common people like you and me are pushed to poverty and below poverty, and they are getting killed without food, and their hopes are getting crushed. Their future hopes are getting crushed. Don't you see it? Just for those millions of people who are no way connected to Russia and Ukraine, just for those millions who are suffering, who are no way connected to Russia and Ukraine, just for their sake, we need peace. We need peace. We need peace. This is my message at this juncture. I want to bring those millions of people who are getting pushed into poverty and below poverty line, who are already suffering, reeling due to the pandemic, now facing this price hike. They are not able to put food in their plates. They are not able to give food to their families. I think it is time we human beings, humanity, takes the responsibility to stop the war. Today, we should decide for peace, global peace. I wanted to give my voice for those voiceless people who are dying all over the world due to the artificial poverty generated by the fear of this war.
Technical glitch, but of course we got to listen from Swamiji again, and we will now be continuing what we were learning. Global peace, a byproduct of individual bliss. Swamiji says how when we realize our role in the existential scheme of things, we can no longer feel separated from all those that are around us. We will only feel separated when we feel unconscious of our role, when we are unaware. The time has come to create a critical mass of enlightened people on the planet Earth. Only by creating more and more people who are awakened, who are enlightened, can the collective influence of the individual negativity be destroyed. It's very important to understand. Today, all the calamities that we were discussing about earlier in today's show, all these calamities, whether it's the Russia-Ukraine war, whether it is the monkeypox, whether it's COVID-19, whether it is the mass shooting that happened in Texas, or the mass shooting that is happening in New York, or any other terrorism, any other war, any negativity, including natural calamities, all these are happening only because of this collective negativity.
Actually, this is a very powerful statement that Swamiji is making. Swamiji says all calamities around the world are created by unconscious human beings. This is a very, very, very powerful, very important statement, including global warming, HIV, religious terrorism. All of these are because of the collective negativity that is created by unconscious human beings.
And today we are facing so many dangers that unless we create a peaceful, blissful, enlightened ecosystem, we will not be able to preserve this beautiful planet. Swamiji's mission is to create a peaceful, joyful, blissful, conscious enlightenment ecosystem.
Now, one of the key things that happens, how do we understand of what is the impact that we have, how we can change things around us? One of the key basic fundamentals to understand is self-contradictory thoughts. So let us now enter into understanding what is the self-contradictory thoughts.
Before we enter into the segment itself, let's do a small, quick exercise. Please could you all just take a moment and close your eyes. Now, I'm going to be telling some things and you are going to visualize each statement I'm telling. So let's just a quick game. Just close your eyes, visualize the statements that I'm saying. I am running. Visualize that you're running. Visualize you're standing. Visualize you're sitting. Visualize you're swimming. Visualize you're laughing. Okay, you got it till now. Now visualize you're not standing. Visualize you're not running. Visualize you're not swimming. Visualize you're not laughing. Pause. Please open your eyes. Okay, so now just you could comment this in the YouTube channel. How much of this were you able to visualize and how much of this you are not? I mean, it looks pretty simple. It's like all regular activities we do. But do you see? You are able to visualize every positive statement, meaning the actions that you're doing, saying when I say you're walking, you're sitting, you're swimming, you're laughing, you're able to visualize all these. But are you able to visualize the statement that you're not sitting, you're not standing? No. Why? Because our mind does not understand that no. It cannot perceive the word not. it cannot perceive something which is not existing, like which is not there. We always have a visualization of what is there, but not what is not there. So today, based on this, let us learn what are self-contradictory thoughts, how these are there inside us, and how these impact globally.
And actually, this is a very, very, very important. How many of you are clicking with it? Please go ahead and actually you can comment here in the comment section. It is such a powerful thing because it's so subtle, but it is such a powerful truth. Actually, Swamiji gives this exercise to all the children and many of the participants, because this is the reality in front of us which we are just not aware of. So how many of you are clicking with it? How many of you are listening to this for the first time and they're like, oh my god, yes, I always thought I can visualize, okay, not standing. You can visualize not standing because you will visualize it into another action.
See, not standing means you might visualize that you're sitting. You might visualize you're walking. You might visualize you're jumping. You might visualize something else, but not standing.
So your mind does not translate the not. It does not cognize the not. So you just translate it into another action as a substitute. But the mind cannot cognize not being sad. It can only cognize happy. It cannot cognize not being well. It can either cognize sick or healthy. So all of us, many times, what we do is majority of us are caught up in fighting with our own selves. We are caught up in this web of self-contradictory thoughts and desires. Our thoughts and words are so powerful, but we use them so casually. Let's give another example. Many of the times what we say, when you have a headache, okay, let's say you have a headache, what do? You tell yourself, oh, how I wish this headache will go away. Headache and going away. You don't realize that each of these words individually, each of these words carry the power of desire and actualization within them. By uttering these words, you give the same power, as much power to the word headache, as much as you give to the words go away. In one same thought, every word is independently carrying the energy of actualization.
Actually, by your very thought, you're contradicting yourself. Your original desire, you're contradicting your original desire just by that very thought. Even your positive intention is caught in a fight. How many of you are getting this? Understand an important thing. The nature of mind is dilemma. So whenever you utter such self-contradictory thoughts, it's going to be in a dilemma more. So, I mean, you might have a question, then what should I do? How do I get rid of this headache? What do I do? Swamiji says, just say, let me be healed. That's all. Tell the positive. This is actually a very interesting thing that we do in Gurukul. When we do the process of completion in Gurukul, always, if for example, let's say I come late for yoga. I'm just giving you an example. So I go and complete with the people saying, look, I missed in integrity, and from tomorrow onwards, I should not be saying that from tomorrow onwards I will not miss yoga. No, I should commit saying I will come to yoga in integrity. There's a huge difference. The words that we use are so powerful. That's why in Gurukul we use this as positive completion. Swamiji always tells, speak the words itself in a positive way. Do not even have negative words in a sentence, because each time we utter those, we are going to be self-contradicting ourselves.
But actually here, it is not just merely positive affirmations. It's not like you're giving the so-called positive words or your positive thoughts. It's not just that. It's a science. Swamiji is establishing this legitimate science. If you see just this exercise that we did, your mind cannot see. Before this, many times people usually have told, before I met Swamiji, before I joined Gurukul, many times I've heard people tell, they'll be like, oh, don't talk life negative things, talk only positive, be positive, positive thinking. But only when Swamiji explained with an example, I could understand it is it's the truth, it's a science, right? Your
And
mind cannot understand not.
true.
That's the
And
truth.
it's not just like, as you beautifully explained, it's not like positive thinking what people generally understand, because it is way more deeper. It is not about, okay, if anything happens, okay, let me be optimistic, let me think positively. But actually, inside, if you're just doing that level shallow, you would not feel the completion actually happening inside you. It is only when the very inner core changes. We're actually going to be learning about all of these, but it is so important to understand this rightly. When I heard this for the first time, it was like such a big click. Such a big click, because suddenly, all of a sudden, we just did this as exercise. Close your eyes, visualize you're doing these actions, visualize you're not doing these actions. And I was like, I actually raised my hand and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not able to visualize that. And they said that's the point of the whole exercise. So, our self contradictory thoughts are the root cause of all our suffering, all the negativity that we get. All our suffering arises from this ignorance of the truth that we are by nature bliss.
See, what happens is once we intellectually and experientially understand this, we will consciously and strongly see our self-contradictory thoughts being replaced by self-healing thoughts. It's an automatic process. So when we infuse healing thoughts in our system, again and again, we give power to positive words and thoughts. So they get embedded into our very muscle memory. Muscle memory means every action that you do, every pattern, action related patterns get stored in your muscles. Some automatic responses, like morning when you wake up, automatically like an alarm clock inside you, it will ask coffee, then you have to correctly go reach out for coffee. Like this, certain actions that we do over that time builds as a habit builds as a pattern, and these patterns are stored as a memory in your muscles.
Actually, a very good example for that is brushing. Like when you wake up in the morning, how many of us even remember that we are actually brushing? We just go automatically, our body gets up, we go to the bathroom, we pick up the brush, we start brushing. Many times, it's not that we are consciously doing it. The body just does it. Same way, if you're every day driving to your office, you just get into your car, you sit in your car, you're thinking about something. Your body just manages the whole thing. How? Muscle memory. Because these things are stored directly in our muscle memory.
So what happens is, at the times of low mood and depression, when you constantly infuse healing thoughts into your system, and when they get embedded into your muscle memory, at the times of your low mood, your depressions, and these the downs that you go through, these healing thoughts will automatically pop up in your inner space. They'll automatically come up in your inner space and pull us out of that low mood. And on our own, we can raise ourselves up from our low feelings and negative play of the mind. That is why these self-healing thoughts are extremely powerful, because you just need to start. Once you start, it becomes an habit. It will become a pattern that you will build, a positive pattern that you will build.
Individual peace, by its nature, touches the world. So, beautiful story in life of Buddha. Devadatta was Buddha's cousin, and he joined Buddha's order of monks, and he was very power hungry. He wanted to become the head of the order of monks, but Buddha would not allow such an immature person who was running after status instead of enlightenment to lead his mission. So by and by, Devadatta started growing jealousy and ill feelings towards Buddha himself. So one day, Devadatta manages to go and speak to the royal elephant keeper and made them release the fierce elephant in Buddha's path. The elephant was intoxicated and the elephant was released. And Buddha continued to walk. The elephant was rushing towards Buddha. As soon as it came near Buddha, it just bowed down. Buddha just patted its head compassionately and immediately the mad elephant that was intoxicated just becomes peaceful. It just comes on its knees and goes down to Buddha. Understand, this is a real happening that had happened just a few hundred years before. And understand, individual peace, a person, when he's established in that peace, like which is coming from his very being, simply the nature just feels it. That's actually, if you observe, it's also told, like once when Swamiji was going on an elephant ride, and Swamiji shares that when he was going on an elephant ride, it was getting dark, and he asked the elephant keeper, saying, how do you manage? How are you going to go manage? Because it's getting dark. How will you know the path? He said, no, Swamiji, I have already created the path by walking multiple times, so I will know the path. And then he told beautifully that on the other side, where the elephant walks, the other road is where it's a forest, and on the other side, the elephants where they walk, the grass was fresh and green. And he pointed out saying, because the humans are walking and using this pathway, the grass there is died and the whole thing is cleared up and it became a pathway. Understand what feeling you have. Elephant is so heavy, much heavier than us, but the grass does not die because of elephant's touch. Understand what violence we have inside is reflected outside. Same way, if we have such immense peace inside, it is also reflected outside. It is like if you just put a stone in the water, how the ripple effect is created, that ripples touch every corner of the lake. Like that, if a person is established in peace, his very presence touches everything, the rock, stones, path, leaves, trees, chair, everything. Living, non-living is touched by his peace.
The effect of the peace radiated by a person who is fully satisfied, blissful within himself, is similar to the waves that happen in a lake, the ripples that happen in a lake when you throw a stone into it. So everything in the lake is touched by the effect of the stone. Naturally and automatically it will touch the people. Like if you throw the stone, the ripples that are created, it will automatically keep going till it touches the bank. So it will be a full lake, everything will be touched by the ripples. Same way, the waves of bliss which is radiating from a peaceful person naturally and automatically touches the people, animals, trees and rocks, affecting everything nearby. So to make the whole world blissful and happy, you don't have to do anything. Just change your center. When you are seeing a horror movie, let's say you're seeing a horror movie, your whole world will be filled with horror, is it not? Let's say you watch a horror movie, then you go lie down. Even if a curtain dangles in the side, that's all. You will think that the ghost has followed you back from the theater up until your house. So we have these feelings where if it's in the dark, you will not be able to see, you will feel that the ghost is there. Now, just imagine, you just change the channel, you go to the comedy movie, the whole mood lightens up, the whole thing changes. It finally boils down to your own experience of what is happening. When that inner awakening happens, the higher emotions happen. It's just what you tune into. If you want to save the world, all you need to do is save yourself.
It's very, very powerful revelations that Swamiji has given. Everything is actually happening in the world right now. There are great spiritual sessions going on right now. At the same time, there are great terrorist camps that's happening. What do you connect with? According to what you tune with, the world that you attract and you see will also appear to be. You will attract the same type of people, same type of situations, everything in your life. When one person struggling for enlightenment, seeking raises the consciousness of at least 1,000,000 people. That's why Swamiji says every time that we need to thank and offer our gratitude to all the enlightened beings right now living on this planet, because it's because of each of their presence. And of course, our Guru Swamiji Tavatar himself, because of their immense presence, their intense positivity, that the collective negativity is getting cancelled out in a huge way, which is why planet Earth itself is even existing. Otherwise, the impact that collective negativity can have on the nature, on the planet, is huge. So now let's understand more deeper for what is this collective negativity, collective positivity. What is this collective consciousness all about?
We also have a very interesting experiment that we are going to be watching in this. So stay tuned with us, because we are going to be learning a lot, and we are going to be watching also some of the most interesting experiments. So stay tuned with us, and we will be right back after a very short break, joining with you all to share further about collective consciousness and a scientific experiment.
Yes, we have very, very interesting scientific experiment which will show the power of this collective consciousness, show the power of the feelings, your emotions, everything. So do stay tuned with us.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Nityanandam, welcome back after that very quick break. Now we are going to be understanding about collective consciousness. We have generally many people talk about this collective consciousness, and all of us are part everything. But here Swamiji brings in a very different perspective, scientific and a very beautiful understanding Swamiji gives us about collective consciousness.
Not only are we all connected to each other socially, the great truth is we are all part of the whole collective consciousness. Understand, we are not individual islands. Our thoughts, our emotions, our feelings not only affect us, but they affect the rest of the world also. We are all waves in the ocean of existence. Existence itself is pure, intelligent energy. This loving existence desires that each of us succeed and experience the fulfillment in life. When we realize this, we can simply let go of all our fears, desires, jealousies, pains, and depressions and relax into the loving arm of existence. If we realize this great truth, we will see how each of us is a unique and irreplaceable part of the grand orchestra of the universe and of the existence.
Now let us watch a video. Let us watch a beautiful experiment on this, how collective consciousness, how one person doing one thing can impact another and another. So let's watch a brief video. Which shows how just one group of people going and meditating in a place, see the impact it is having. Crime rates are dropping. Actually, this reminded, after I watched this video, this reminded me of a very beautiful research that was done even during the inner awakening programs and certain initiations, of how when Swamiji went to a particular place and conducted the inner awakening program, we saw the clear record, crime record, it dropped significantly. The
Wow.
crime, any types of crimes dropped significantly. Just that group consciousness, that collective consciousness and the powerful initiations which Swamiji was giving had the impact. This is true, this is scientific, like we all watched just now.
Actually, in the US, it's been called as Maharshi effect, as we saw, and it's very, very powerful. Now, how can we be a part of this? What can we do? Instead of looking at each other as enemies, if you start looking in, you will realize that the enemy within is causing all the trouble. As such, there is no enmity with others. The other is just a blissful part of existence like you. We think negatively because we are unaware. Our thoughts affect the people around us and also affect the whole world. Harsh words, angry feelings, suppressed emotions, and suffering all directly contribute to the creation of unrest in the world. Individual stress, individual hatred, and violence cause an increase in the collective stress, hatred, and violence of the whole society. Swamiji says actually very beautifully that more than your common cold, if somebody sneezes, we close our nose or we tend to move away, right? Did you know what is even more infectious? Thoughts. Thoughts are way more infectious than cold. That is why it's very, very important for us to have a satsanga around us. And it's very important for us to be aware what kind of thoughts we are having.
See, this leads to a decrease in human awareness, resulting in more acts of violence against nature. We need to break this cycle, otherwise, it will cause more and more calamities. It's like a vicious cycle. You will see that both natural and man-made calamities will be caused just because of this. It's like because the wheel of nature cannot sustain any more violence. So global peace as such has no meaning. It is the peace and bliss inside that individual that will directly result in global peace. The individual's inner satisfaction, increase in awareness, creativity, and intelligence will automatically lead to global peace, prosperity, and harmony. How much peace you have inside you is directly proportional to the peace that is happening around the world.
So powerful. Actually, there's a satsang called Pi of Paramashivam. Very, very one of my favorite satsangs, where Swamiji explains the Akshaya Guna. The Swamiji says how Pi is a very unique concept in mathematics, like that Akshaya Guna of Paramashivam. In that satsang, Swamiji says such a profound revelation. When you open your eyes wide, somewhere in the world, in some universe, there's a sun whose circumference is increasing. It was like, oh my God, every thought that we have has an impact. Every single thought that we carry has an impact, whether it is inside your body, outside you, or somewhere in the universe. But it has an impact. Now let's see the segment, how to handle suffering in the world. First, we have to understand that every major decision taken at a higher level of power and governance is an expression of collective positivity or collective negativity, because it is the mass consciousness or the collective consciousness that creates the leaders. It's very important because all of us tend to blame the leaders. So before blaming others like leaders, politicians, or officials, if we can put a little bit of energy towards ourselves and start working to create more positive consciousness in our inner space, we will be doing something really useful. There are two ways to handle anything. One is just talking about things, and other is actually doing the things. If you're interested in just talking about things, then you'll blame everybody around you, starting from your neighborhood to your politicians, business and world leaders, blaming and criticizing everybody. But that is not going to be directly useful. Understand. Not only that, it will really pull down even your own energy. This is one of the most common but ineffective way of working. The second way is, if you really don't like the situation, will be sincere to do something to change it.
You will work towards creating more and more positive energy, first within yourself and then in the world. It is time. Let us create more positivity from our side. Let us bring more love to our actions. Let us increase the frequency of our individual consciousness, and instead of getting upset or disturbed by negative decisions, just create positive decisions, positive energy, so that people around you and around the world are also affected by this positive consciousness. Then you will see that it radiates through themselves. The collective positivity has to express itself through the right politicians and the right leaders. And realize that all leaders are channels of collective positivity or negativity created by the masses. This is a very important point. Just because some leader is making some decision, it is not just that individual leader. He is a channel for the collective consciousness. The collective mass is reflecting through that leader. They are also guided by the masses. See, there are two ways of looking at things. One, you can keep sitting and blaming at things, or second is you can work to create more and more positive energy. A sincere person should start working towards creating more positive energy rather than simply blaming, criticizing, getting more upset or disturbed. That is why it's extremely important. Swamiji is guiding us through a very beautiful truth. See, if you get disturbed or upset, what is going to happen? Nothing will happen, except that you will be adding more load. You will have depression, or you will have little more negativity. Because of your depression and negativity, you yourself will be adding more world. It's like illogical actually, if you see from this perspective, because many of the times I'll also feel bad when I hear about a bomb blast, or when we hear about something happening. Swamiji is revealing a very powerful truth. What will happen? You're upset that there's so much negativity in the world, so you're adding more negativity for it by being upset. This is a very powerful truth. Swamiji says you are only adding, because you are being upset or you are getting frustrated, you are adding more negativity to the world. You are adding more mass to the negative consciousness.
So, revolution is not the way, evolution is the way. Every revolution promised the truth or the ultimate solution. But what do we see if we look back? Did you all know, in just the last 3,000 years of history, we have 5,000 recorded wars. Just in the last 3,000 years of history, we have 5,000 recorded wars. Researchers have estimated that in the last 3,000 years, there have been at least 9,000 peace treaties, and the average lifespan of these treaties was just 8 years. This is just shocking. Wow. It's like just waking up to some things that we never thought of even thinking through.
And also, it's another shocking fact is all these peace treaties, war for peace, like Swamiji will tell, it's such a contradictory thing. Like, fight for peace. How can you fight for bringing peace, right? So it's like you're burning the fire to put off the fire. You're adding oil to put off the fire is not going to help it. And in this name of fighting for peace and wars for peace treaties, I was shocked when I read that we have gathered enough atomic weapons and nuclear weapons in the world the world can burst itself 700 times.
God.
Again and again and again, 700 times the world can blast completely with the amount of atomic weapons that we have gathered.
So Swamiji says it seems like the whole time humans were just busy waging the war and not doing anything else. Can you imagine, in 3,000 years of history, 5,000 wars have happened? Like, it's like almost every year you're having like 1.5 wars happening, like almost. You see, the reason is we believed in revolution. Now it is time to believe in individual evolution. Mass revolution becomes again one more system. Anybody who comes to power is again led by a mass negativity or mass positivity. So it is our responsibility to add more and more positivity. That is the only thing an individual can do. Peace needs to be brought into the individual's heart. Then it will radiate like the fragrance of a flower. and transform the whole planet Earth. Let us all be honest with our being and bring peace to ourselves and thus to the whole world. We will then add to the collective positive consciousness. Just create positive energy so that the people around you and around the world are also affected by this positive consciousness. Then you will see that it radiates through the leaders as well.
Now let us see how to get rid of the suffering in the world. What can we do? How can we get rid of the suffering in the world? Much of what is happening around us right now is a result of all of our past actions. At least in this present moment, let us create more and more positive consciousness and energy so that we will avoid the same challenges and calamities in the future. See, if we get agitated and disturbed, then we'll create more violence and negativity in our efforts to try and stop the existing violence. Swamiji says, violence cannot stop violence. Blood cannot wash blood. Buddha says very beautifully that if you start thinking in the line of an eye for an eye, then the whole world is becoming blind. The whole world will become blind. If you start working with the logic of, you take one eye and you take the other eye, and because you took the other eye, you go take the other eye, this will make the whole world blind. The only thing you can do is start creating more and more positive, peaceful ambience inside your being. Continuously work to create peace and love outside your field. That is the only possible solution.
Just decide, yes, in this moment, with the power that I have, I will do a little service with whatever I have available to me. I will send out peaceful prayers, thoughts, and positive energy. Whatever I have under the control of my body and mind, I will make it positive. Getting agitated is not going to be productive in any way. It is agitated people who create wars. If we also get agitated, how do you think we are going to solve the problem? We're only going to add more problems. When you get agitated, you have already lost the game. The only way is to do whatever we can without getting agitated. Only way is by being here and now, adding more and more joy, bliss, and silence to the whole consciousness. Anybody who tried the way of revolution only created one more system, one more tradition, and one more power game. It ended up in one more war. So the only way is the way of Buddha, the way of peace, the way of silence, the way of Shiva.
Working with ourselves, becoming the masters of ourselves, doing things that need to be done without getting agitated is the right way. We should become productive people. See, we should not be agitated people. We should do as much as we can do towards peace, silence, and bliss, and help people who are stranded by wars and conflicts. We should try to bring more and more peace into the consciousness of the leaders by bringing it into ourselves. You cannot just say, it's illogical, right? You cannot expect that everyone is peaceful, after that you will be peaceful. That whole formula, just the whole math, the whole logic doesn't work out. So what you need to do is you take the first step. You create, it's like you stand in front of the mirror and then you want the mirror to raise its left hand. You need to raise your left hand for the mirror to do it. So it is
told, yeah, true. And Swamiji says it is very, very, very important for us to understand this actually. We should try to bring more and more peace into the consciousness of leaders by bringing it inside ourselves. See, we should show compassion to help the person. But it's important that we should not start suffering. It's like if a rich man goes on distributing all his wealth to poor people, okay, great. But after that, even he will also become poor at one point. Because he would have given away all his wealth. Not only that, the people receiving also might not have had the intelligence to maintain and increase the wealth received. Like this many times, instead of lifting the other person, you actually start suffering. Express love, compassion, but don't start suffering yourself. If you start sharing true love, you'll actually start giving better choices to others. Give the intelligence to others to make better choices. That is the real help you can give.
Now, before we understand further about how you can increase the collective positivity to reduce chaos, let's take a very quick break and we'll be coming back to you all to understand further. We'll be watching few more experiments and some more videos. It's just let's have a short break and we'll be right back with you all.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Back, all the viewers. Now we will be watching some of the experiments and understanding further in this segment, where we are going to be learning about how increasing collective positivity will reduce chaos.
See, if you decrease the temperature of a system, the chaos and agitation in that physical system is reduced, right? For example, if you reduce the temperature of water, it becomes ice. So the impurities in the system are removed. If you freeze salt water, you can see that the salt remains at the bottom, but only the water becomes ice. In the same way, when the collective consciousness of society is transformed, the chaos reduces and the system begins to clean itself.
There's a beautiful studies which is done on the effects of meditation on peace, and we will be learning about it now. We will be seeing the experiments, the scientific experiments. See, there's various studies that have been done to measure the effects of group of meditation on communities.
Actually, this is just a few minutes ago we were just the last segment we watched, how the transcendental meditation, the Maharshi effect we watched, where how the Maharshi effect had, like, that meditation was able to reduce the crime rates and was able to bring down the chaos in a society.
Now, one of the biggest ways that peace as is can actually happen is by the unavoidable loving touch of an enlightened being. There's a very beautiful story that happens in the life of Shankara, where all of us know, many of us will know about the story where how the Sringeri Mutt gets formed.
And today we are also going to be sharing that story with you. If you all do not know, do stay tuned in. Now we are going to be sharing with you a very beautiful story that happened in the life of Buddha and Angulimala. It is something you'll be very familiar with, where Angulimala, he was a very fierce thief. People were getting scared of him, and the reason his name was Angulimala itself was because he used to cut the little finger of people and put it as a garland around him. So that's why his name was Angulimala. And people were terrified by him, and he was living in a forest. And once, when Buddha was entering into that forest, people tried to stop Buddha. Buddha said, he continued walking. He goes inside the forest. Angulimala sees him and said, "Stop, stay where you are." Then Buddha stops and said, "Okay, I am still, and may you be still." First time, Angulimala was shaken from his very being. Something about Buddha touched him very deeply. He could not even force himself to attack Buddha. His hands froze. Actually, it will be a very beautiful scene where Buddha is continuing to walk. He sees Buddha is moving. He's also trying to move. But however fast Angulimala is trying to walk, actually Buddha looks still. Then Angulimala is trying to rush to Buddha. But always Buddha was a step away. But Buddha was not moving. Something, it just shook inside him. He just fell at Buddha's feet and started crying and begged for forgiveness. After that, Buddha accepted him as a disciple and he got enlightened. This story shows a very, very important truth: the impact of enlightened beings. Without effort or intention, an enlightened being simply radiates tremendous peace and compassion, which has the power to simply transform others. Understand? This effect is not limited just to human beings. Even animals are touched by the pure love and compassion. Everything is changed when it is exposed to that high frequency energy field. Now we are going to be actually listening to that story of how this Sringeri Mutt was found. What is the story behind the Sringeri Mutt? Even to this day, if you go to the temple in Sringeri Mutt, you would see there is a snake and right below that there is a frog. So now let's know why,
and let's understand the story behind it. So once when Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya, when he was walking around, he was wandering in the southern India, in the town of Sringeri, one day a very strange and a beautiful scene happened in front of him. So two frogs were sitting in a rock and it became very hot. So the frogs were about to jump into the water. Just then a cobra raised its hood and spread it over the two frogs, giving them shade. So the frogs enjoyed the cool shade and sat back for some time. After some time, they just plunged into the water. And the cobra also folded its hood back and then it went away. And Adi Shankaracharya was watching this whole scene and he was amazed. He was a very sharp and intellectual and intelligent person. He didn't just leave it at this. He immediately went and he recognized that unless this place was sanctified in some way by a higher energy, it was impossible for animals to forget their enmity. Cobra and frog. Cobra is frog is cobra's prey. So it was not possible for animals to forget their enmity and coexist in such a beautiful fashion. So immediately Adi Shankaracharya goes around and inquires about that place, and he finds out, he is trying to ask people the details if people know about it. And he learned that sometime in the past, a great enlightened sage had established and maintained his ashram, the monastery, there for many years. And Shankara was so moved by the whole incident that he decided that someday he too would set up his mission in that very place. And today, years later, he had when he was passing by the same place, he stopped and established his first ashram there and called it the Sringeri Mutt. And today, that serves as a very important place for thousands of seekers. Sringeri Sharada Peetam is one of the most powerful and it's a very powerful kshetra, energy field in itself. See, an enlightened being effortlessly radiates his all-encompassing inner space, which creates a collective positivism. See, as Patanjali says in the Yoga Sutras, in the presence of an enlightened being, even natural enemies lose their enmity. The fire that is full of its own light consumes everything, but it is not contaminated by anything.
wow, in the heat of the fire, what goes into it is purified, but the fire is untouched by the qualities of what it consumes. In the same way, enlightened beings are untouched by the qualities, good or bad, that they come in contact with. Their presence is so intense that everybody and everything is touched by the love and compassion that is their very nature. The direct and only way to global peace is to generate more of this enlightened consciousness. And this is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission is all about. Creating the enlightened consciousness in an enlightened ecosystem. And that is what he has revived today as KAILASA.
Now we are going to be watching some interesting videos about the impact and how scientifically it is established. So let us get ready to watch after a very short break. Stay tuned with us and we'll be right back with you all after a quick break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Best way to bring global peace is to start working for it. Individual level, social level, global level, let us start working for it. Let us establish at least 1,000. See, we are working for 2,000. We already listed the living, practicing Hindus who are going to be part of this micronation, the founding fathers of micronations all over the world. First and foremost thing, everything has to be done as per the constitution of the country you exist, within the legal framework, within the legally allowed freedom. Understand? The purpose of these micronations is to bring global peace. I don't want anyone to create conflict by creating this micronation. The purpose of the micronation is to bring global peace. So whoever is interested in really working for global peace, responsibly spreading oneness, the great Hindu principles, and creating not only individual peace by creating a globe. See, not only creating individual peace by meditation, unclutching, creating an ecosystem where the global peace can start manifesting. Living global peace, loving global peace, spreading global peace. So the purpose of these micronations is to bring global peace. By next year, 2021, International Day of Peace, we want to have 2021 micronations. We are looking 2021 number by 2021, but at least we want to make 1,000 into reality. See, the goal is 2021, but I want to make it at least 1,000 into reality. We can register 2021 before 2021 International Peace Day, and at least 1,000 we can get recognition. All that it is possible. September 21st, 2021 Tuesday is the timeline for us to make 2021 micronations KAILASA. KAILASA micronations all over the world. So I welcome everyone who is interested in individual peace and global peace to take this responsibility and be part of this great mission. Work for global peace. Work for global peace. This is going to be the movement for global peace. Let's do it. Let's really do it. Last 26 years I am working for reviving the enlightened civilization. 10 years we are studying very seriously the concepts of various communities. See, in 2005, I created a community in Duarte in Los Angeles, Enlightenment-based community. In 2000, I started creating a community, and 2001 made a center for that community in Erode, Tiruchangodu, and 2002 in Bidadi, Bangalore, Adi KAILASA, 2003 end in Hyderabad, 2004 multiple places all over the world, 2005 in Los Angeles Duarte Ashram. Please understand, I am working on this for last 26 years. Now we have mastered this science. We have become expert in this science. So, last 10 years we thoroughly studied legal and various implications, and especially last 2 years getting to the ground and collecting legal opinions and practically how the communities are successful, everything. The whole knowledge is ready. And I request, welcome all the living, practicing Hindus from all over the world to be part of this great responsibility, bringing
global peace to planet Earth by reviving KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, by making 2021 micronations by 2021 September 21, International Day of Peace. Last 26 years of our experience has given us a solid understanding how legally, politically, socially, individually, these micronations can be manifested as a reality and sustained. So with this expertise, we are entering into this great responsibility of manifesting this 2021 micronations by 2021 September 21st. I welcome all of you, whoever wants to be founding father of KAILASA, the micronation. The Hindu micronations should be formed all over the world. So we stand for the grand narrative of Hinduism, global peace, and the Enlightenment science of Hinduism.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered.
The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war, there is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back. So, all of us would have heard and listened to beautiful stories and Bhagavan's, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam's own miracles which he has actually done in millions of lives across the globe. So, what we were actually listening throughout the show is, when you work on your individual consciousness, your individual peace, how much it adds to the global peace, raising the global consciousness. We also heard beautiful stories from the life of Buddha, from the life of Adi Shankara. So let me recollect one of the stories which was told in the show, like when Adi Shankara, when he was actually on his Parivarajaka, he witnessed this very beautiful incident where two frogs were sitting on a rock and they were feeling really hot, and it was so hot and they literally wanted to jump into the well and cool themselves. But what exactly happened was, there was a snake that was at the back of them, and the moment when they were actually deciding to jump into the well, the snake, it just spread its hood, protecting the frog and giving the coolness which the two frogs really needed. So Adi Shankara, the great enlightened incarnation, the master, he just witnessed this and he was so surprised. How can this happen? Nature is so powerful and existence itself is so powerful on its own. How did this beautiful incident happen? So intuitively, when he went and he saw, he just realized that that place was the sacred energy field like a few thousand years before, where it was a beautiful space, an energy field where the samadhi of enlightened master was there.
So that is when he realized that just in the powerful energy field, in the presence of the samadhi of an enlightened master, if this beautiful incident, this beautiful experience can transform those two frogs, and when Adi Shankara witnessed this, he was so amazed and he was so surprised. So when we are listening to this and when we connect with today's topic of how when we work on our individual peace, it adds a lot, adds a more to the global peace and collective consciousness. We can also say, just when you're in the presence of the incarnation, of the avatar, Paramashiva himself, so much would happen to your consciousness. So just to break free from all the patterns, from all the negativities that we have collected, the self-contradictory thoughts that we were listening, the self-negativities which we have collected in so many birds, it will just melt away, it will just dissolve in the presence of the living enlightened incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So all of us have the beautiful opportunity just coming up to burn our karmas, to get detoxified, to remove all the negativities, all the patterns which we are carrying inside. So when the world is facing so much because of the impending pandemic today, so much of depression, so much of suicidal thoughts, the disease which is breaking relationships and whatnot. So all of us know what we are facing. So the only one solution for this is we can see with our own eyes the presence of the Master. Just by feeling connection with the incarnation, with the avatar, we will experience the superconscious breakthrough. And you have the beautiful opportunity from July 13th to experience this beautiful conscious breakthrough in the presence of the Master, presence of the Avatar, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So Paramashivoham, the beautiful program, is going to be starting from the 13th of this month, July. So before we get into details of it, let us now watch what His Divine Holiness has revealed in the previous Paramashivoham processes and programs. So let us now watch what would we experience, what we can take away from this KAILASA's Paramashivoham program. So let us meet after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck. and liberate you all.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. So, as we all saw, like just by being in the presence of the avatar, so much happens inside us. We break free of our patterns, and the ultimate experience of superconscious breakthrough, just like that happens when we are in the presence of the master. So let us now see one other way to connect to the avatar. So Hinduism says one of the most powerful ways to connect to the avatar is by offering your deep gratitude in the form of rituals. So it is the most powerful way by which you can have the deep feeling connection and the deep gratitude which you have towards the incarnation. It simply puts you into the experience of superconscious breakthrough. So let us now see the various offerings. So before we get into knowing what are all the offerings we can offer it to Parashakti, Devi Parashakti herself, let us understand the significance of an offering. So an offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, pure devotion and oneness. And generally an offering has two parts. One is you giving out of your love, and the other is accepting. So only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering itself becomes complete. So offering is not made out of any fear nor out of your greed. You just offer your pure love and your gratitude and your devotion. So when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela that is played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. So this is the significance of an offering, that you offer it at the feet of Parashakti out of deep gratitude and love. So now let us now see the various offerings that you can give to Parashakti. So before we enter into knowing the various offerings, let me chant the Dhyana Sloka. Indhuni bhaveda karavahni nayanam syat pankajavara bhayajapaksha sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitra vasanam syat thungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam. So the Dhyana Sloka, it translates as moon-like face, holding the Veda, the books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing the hands, and one hand with Japamala. Beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bing crown. And her name is Manonmani Dhyanam. So this is the Dhyana Sloka from the Moola Agama of Manonmani Dhyanam. We have one more Dhyana Sloka. So let us now invoke the presence of Parashakti and chant the Dhyana Sloka. Dhyayed Devim Trinetram Sashini Bhavadhanam Vedahastam Dadhanam Savye Padbham Varadhama Pare Chabhayam Chakshamalam Divyairabharanair Vibhushitatanum Brahmadibhip Pujitam Devimeva Manonmanim Pratidinam Kamarta Dhatrim Shubham. So the meaning, it says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon, and hold the Veda, the lotus, and grazing with the blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. So let us now understand what is the significance of the divine element gold. So the Atharva Veda, it very beautifully says, Tredha Jutham Janmanedam Hiranyam Agnerekam Priyathamam Babhuva Somasyaikai Insitasya Parapathatha Apamekam Vedasamreta Ahustatte Hiramyam Trividasya Vishe. So it beautifully says, triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. The one fell away from Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha, which is water molecules. And let that triple gold be for your long life. So gold itself is a divine element. So it purifies anything it touches. That is why this divine element gold is offered in the ancient days. So it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightenment. So the vibration of gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. So that is the significance of the divine element gold. So gold is present in all the scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Shrutis, the Smritis, in all our Itihasas and all our Puranas. So in all our Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and the purest metal which purifies our very own being. In Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold. So exchanged in gold, and the rituals, feasts, everything was often in golden bricks. So it was when one was to be saved from any kind of a life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. And it was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. So we had all the ancient kingdoms built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns, huge archways made of gold, and the horses and cows, everything were dressed up in gold. So this is why we offer the purest of the metal, the gold, as an offering to Devi Parashakti. So let us now move on to the various offerings to Parashakti today. So Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. And river Saraswati, it was called Hiranyavartani in Atharva Veda. So we all saw the beautiful significance of gold. And let us now see what are all the various ways we can connect and be in the presence of the incarnation and experience the auspiciousness by various offerings. So the first offering is the offering of E-Hundi. So let us now chant the Shastra Pramana. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadharadhya Sharvani Sharmadhayini. It says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all the fears. So we'll move on to the next slide. Let us understand about the significance of E-Hundi. So this verse, it also translates and says, if there is any fear in the minds of devotee. Sorry, so can we move to the previous slide? So the first offering is the offering of E-Hundi, where we saw the Shastra Pramana of how Devi is fond of true devotion and she is realized through true devotion. Yes. So if there is any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. So here it is meant that the autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. So in the Shastra Pramana, the word Shambhavi translates to the consort of Shambhu, Bhagavan, Paramashiva. Sharada Radhya, which means who is worshipped by Sharada, Saraswati. Sharvani is wife of Paramashiva, where Linga Purana beautifully says Lord Shiva is called the Sharva in his earth form. And Sharmadhayini, Devi, who bestows happiness on the devotees, and you can offer your gratitude, your devotion, and have this beautiful, powerful feeling connection with the avatar, with Parashakti, by offering your kanikai, and your name shall be chanted when the puja is offered to Parashakti. So this is one of the beautiful ways how you can feel connected with Parashakti and offer your gratitude. And the next offering is Sankalpa chanting. So the verse 34 from chapter 12 of Devi Mahatmyam, it beautifully says, Tayaitan mohyate vishvam saiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijjanam tushta rudhim prayaschadhi. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. So you can offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, and when you offer this, you get the blessings with fruition to all your desires and your wishes which you're yearning for, especially for health, your wealth, your relationships, whatever you're yearning for to achieve. Just You can give your name and your details for Sankalpa chanting, and it is 1 USD. And you can go to the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to opt for the offerings to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sahasranama Swarnakasu Nama Parayana Prita. It's what Lalita Sahasranama beautifully says from verse 731, which means she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it is very special and it's a very unique archana which is offered to the Mahameru, the representation of Parashakti herself. So you can offer the golden coin that has been projected on the screen, which is inscribed with each of the 1008 names of Parashakti, and you can receive all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Parashakti, to receive the blessings to have all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. So this is a beautiful offering, and it is available at $75, $151, and $251. And you can go to the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to opt for this offering. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Mukta Anguti, which is the finger ring with a pearl. So we have the Shastra Pramana which says Muktahara Lasat Kirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Sinjannu Pura Kinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhaba Suram Sarva Bhishta Phala Pradham Girisutam Vanirama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunya Varam Nidhim. Yes, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face is shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus. She who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by the goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes. So you can offer this pearl finger ring and receive the blessings of Parashakti and be showered by her love, showered by her compassion in all your business endeavors. So it is available at $251 and $500. So the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus, which is available at $600. So the Kamika Agama beautifully says Ashtavidhyeshvaropeta Kumbhavarena Samyutham Sarvesa Sutra Vastra Yudhya Hema Pankaja Bhushitaha Sapidhanasa Sakurchrascha Pakhubhilva Phalaprabaha Snapannadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Smanvitaha. So all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower, which is made of gold. So what is the significance of offering the Swarna Padma Pushpam? So there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva and Parashakti. So almost everything in worship of the ultimate, which involves right from consecration of deities of worship, or meditating, or the mudras, the asanas used during the worship, everything involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petal. So lotus itself is a divine flower. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is a lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to, and you can be blessed to have the state the space and the powers and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situation which you're facing in your life at this moment. So you can go to the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings to offer this Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus. Let's now move to the next offering to Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Metti is the golden touring. So the Shastra Pramana, it says, Nakhadhiditi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. So the translation says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet, it overpowers that of the lotus flower. So you can offer this Swarna Metti at $750 USD. And you can offer the touring to receive her blessings in the most difficult aspects of your life. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry. So where the Shastra Pramana says, Sudha Sarabi Varshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara. That means she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mangtika, it represents the nectar which is flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, that which is fully opened. So you can offer the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, to Parashakti at $750 US. Yes. So we'll now move to the next offering to Parashakti. So this is a beautiful offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja at $1,008 US, where the Shastra Pramana, it says, Nakhadhiditi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. So it is the 83rd shloka from Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails of Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi Parashakti. So Tamo Guna is darkness, and in this shloka, tamas is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees, and by constantly prostrating at her feet, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So you can offer this beautiful offering, one of the best ever offerings, the Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, and receive all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Yes. So if you would like to make an offering, you could go to the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings. The next offering is the Vastra Seva, offering of the Vastram, the sacred cloth, offering to Devi Parashakti in the form of His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So you can offer the Vastra Seva at $1,008 USD. So here we have the list of all the offerings where you can offer your deep gratitude, your love, your devotion to receive the blessings from the Supreme Pontiff. So the E-Hundi, Sankalpa chanting, the Sahasranama Kasu, the pure golden coin which has the sacred name of Parashakti inscribed on it, the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring at $231,581, the Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus flower, the Swarna Metti, $750, the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry at $750, and the Pratyaksha Paduka Puja, Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva at $1,008.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion becomes spontaneous reality just through initiation from Guru's side, Guru Bhakti from disciple's side. Listen, listen, listen intensely. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion becomes spontaneous reality just by the initiation from the Guru's side, Guru Bhakti from your side. Listen. Today, I'll be just making 7 Satya statements, powerful cognitions, truths. Just internalize those 7. You will manifest perpetual completion, Sampurna Purnatva. I am responsible for the words I am uttering. Understand? As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, just internalize these 7 statements, truths, satyas, powerful cognitions I am giving you. Listen. In the previous satsang, previous initiation, I explained Nityatva, the principle of eternity, Nitya, and principle of Nirantara. Nitya means the space before the past and past. Past entering into the present. Present. Present evolving as future. Future. Space beyond the future. These 7 put together is Nitya. Listen. Yesterday I also made a statement. The space of Rahu and Ketu, where the space beyond time becoming past is Rahu. The space after time, after future is Ketu. These two are considered as shadow graha. You may ask why the two are considered as shadow graha. Listen to this statement. There is no existential evidence cosmically that time as manifested in reality as past, present, future, even though the units to measure the time is created for comparative reality. Let me repeat. Cosmically, no evidence, no proof is available for the timeless space becoming time, like past merging into present evolving as future, and future. All these 5 actions, cosmically there is no evidence, even though you have the units to measure them. The comparative reality. Just listen with a little patience, deeply. Even though you have millimeter, centimeter, kilometer to measure the length, units to measure the length may be available in comparative reality, but the independent existence of the length is not established. Anything which has a comparative reality existence alone, not the existential reality existence, may have measuring units created for the utility purpose by human beings, but cannot be given the status of existence. That is the reason the timeless space becoming past the Rahu, timeless space absorbing the future called Ketu, these two are given shadow graha status, not the existential graha status, because still we do not know whether really time has happened or not yet happened or never ever happened. A man who has woken up from the dream does not have any residue, impact of the dream state left on him for any evidence or proof to establish the happenings of the dream is real. So we consider dream was only comparative reality, not existential. Same way, past, past merging into present, present, present evolving as the future, the future. All these five has no existential evidence left in our consciousness. So it's still considered to be only the comparative reality. Please understand. Existence of the measuring units does not establish the existence of the dimension itself. Existence of centimeter, millimeter, kilometer does not establish the existence of the dimension called length. The centimeter, millimeter, kilometer is more like a comparative reality. That does not establish the existence of length dimension itself. So, neither your calendar, chronological calendar, Gregorian, any calendar you use, nor the movements of the stars establish the credible existence of time consciously. Shana has no Chaitanya substance backup. I'll try to make it as simple as possible for every one of you. What I am manifesting now, initiating all of you now, just through this initiation, I am drilling a powerful powers, buddhi and shakti into your very existence. Blessed are the kids, especially Gurukul kids who are sitting, even if they don't understand what I am talking logically. Because I am not talking to your logic, I am talking to your existence. Your existence is deeper than the logic. Understand? Length, breadth, depth, all these are related to logic. Your existence is deeper than the logic. Without violating the existence, learning science, logic, maths is the method of Vedic tradition. In Vedic tradition, any level you may achieve in logic, science, in any field, you know the fundamental reality. That is why the Vedic scientist, Vedic mathematician, Vedic biologist, Vedic doctor will never violate this whole existence in its form of nature and consciousness. Measuring units like milliliter, centiliter, liter, all these measuring units does not prove the existence of the viscosity of a liquid. Understand? The viscosity of the liquid exists only in comparative reality. I am actually talking about multi-dimension. Whether the length, breadth, depth, or the length, breadth, depth together these dimensions the units to measure these dimensions are not enough proof for the existence of this very dimension. If something cannot exist as independent intelligence, it can be only considered as the existence of side effect of some other existence, but not its own existence. I'm just giving few seconds for all of you to digest what I am trying to convey. In simple statement, let me convey anything which you see in comparative reality is not able to convince the existence about its existence in the level of consciousness. The dreams you see during your dreaming period is not able to impact your waking reality to establish its authenticity in reality. Maybe during that time, in your brain fog, some of the visualizations leaked from your inside boiling and perceived by yourself as some scenes and happenings. That's all. Otherwise, dreams are not able to impact your real existence and prove the validity of their existence. Same way, the comparative reality called past, past evolving into present, present, present evolving into future, and future. This five cannot and is not able to create an impact on the consciousness to prove the existence of this comparative reality called time. That is why the connecting points of Nityatva and Nirantaratva is called as shadow grahas. Nityatva as cosmic existence. Nirantaratva as no cosmic existence, it only as a comparative existence. The comparative existence is not able to establish. It even exists on the cosmic existence. That is why these connecting points are called shadow graha. Listen, I am not disrespecting your sufferings in the comparative reality. I am not disrespecting you. Women get very angry when you disrespect their suffering, when they come and try to cry and say, I'm suffering, I'm suffering. When you don't listen and disrespect their suffering, they get very angry. And I am telling you, I am not disrespecting your suffering. I am just denying it. Sorry if you are hurt. My intention is not to hurt you. Intention is to wake you up. Listen. When I deny your suffering, instead of waking up to reality, if you get angry with me, you are only going to delude yourself more and more. Now, you take the responsibility to establish the fact that you are suffering into truth. So you go to any extent to prove that you are suffering. That is where you land in suicidal thoughts, actions, and tendencies. Abhasmara is you deciding to prove your suffering is real and start doing stupid things to prove your suffering is real to others. Just stop being stupid. You are not going to gain anything by establishing your suffering is real to anyone. I tell you, I am not giving you psychological lessons. I am not running suicide counseling center. I am not giving you toll-free number to stop you committing suicide. I am not interfering in your freedom to commit suicide or to live. No. I am only saying suicide is extremely stupid. If you want to look stupid for yourself and for the existence, after committing suicide, when you wake up and open your eyes, the whole existence will be laughing at you. You will look so stupid for what you did. I am only saying suicide is stupid. Any suicidal tendency is stupid. The beliefs you start developing, which leads to suicidal tendencies and life negativity, is stupid. The beliefs, thought currents which shrinks your responsibility. Many times I have seen people, oh, it's okay, I don't want to be in KAILASA, it is too much responsibility. Let me be wherever I am and let me have my cheap freedom to be in shit. The shitty choice. I can choose between harsh shit, bullshit, and different man shit, all different shits. This choice is the great freedom. Any pattern which extends itself to shrink your life, responsibility, possibility, power as conscious manifestation is suicidal. I tell you, today's whole initiation is all about I'll infuse intense love, trust, amrutatva, immortality, the pure pre-past space, post-future space. Devaguru, Asuraguru. Both are centered on Paramaguru, Paramashiva, Dakshinamurti. I'll infuse, listen, the Devaguru is absolute power of trust. Asura Guru is the absolute power of love. The trust Brihaspati, love Sukra, both are from Dakshinamurti. I'll infuse Dakshinamurti in you with Brihaspati and Shukra. Brihaspati is trusting you, you will become Paramashiva. Sukra is, it's okay, even if you do something once in a while, it's okay, I am here. I'll hug you and just, I'll give my quota. I have my quota, means even stupid fellows, I can push it in the crowd. Hey, all right. Hello. Like honorary doctorate. Any university, if 1,000 people write thesis and get doctorate, the university has the freedom to give a honorary doctorate to one guy, even if they don't write the thesis. Like that, I have my quota. Granting in my quota, okay, that is Shukra. That's why he's Asura Guru. Even for demons, he allows, okay, all right, pass it. The trust, love, Yesterday I was explaining how the seven are the seven grahas representing. And how these two shadow grahas, maybe later on in further satsangs I'll explain how each of this dimension is one graha, represented by one graha. Like the past and the past manifesting into present, all this, all the happenings related to that is represented by one planet. The present evolving as future and future evolving as the space beyond the future. All these are represented by each grahas. If I start explaining that, it will be like an astrology lesson. I'll do that little later. Now, I'll focus on initiation. Listen. Focus on the initiation of Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion. The whole alchemy is focused on perpetual completion. And the pure consciousness of Paramashiva, Dakshinamurti, manifests as the trust of Brihaspati, love of Shukra, both Devaguru, Asuraguru. Unfortunately, these modern day TV serials are showing Shukra more like a villain character. No! I actually recommend you guys not to see all these modern day TV serials. See only very authentic versions and presentations. Too many of these modern day TV serials are misrepresenting the original signs. Better to read the original Puranas. So you will understand the characterization. See, characterization understanding will give you the understanding about the fundamental principle. Each of these characters are manifestation of the fundamental principle. Yesterday somebody was asking, I think Lumi's Ishana Shivashakti. She was asking, oh, please tell me, how can the Ragu represent past? We always say Ragu is future and Kedu is past. I need to know this detail. Only then I can read the horoscope of others. Why do you get into all these stupid, cheap, cheating tactics? Unless you are enlightened, don't cheat others doing this horoscope readings, astrological readings, and destroy others' lives. I warn you guys, Lumis, this will come up as a huge karma on you. Never get into playing this reading others' horoscope, tarot card, all this without the proper enlightenment or the backing of the enlightened master's initiation into Sarvanyatva. It's too important. I'll give you a simple understanding. See, yesterday I said that timeless space manifesting as past is Rahu. She was asking, no. We always say Rahu represents future. Hey, only if the future hits at the timelessness, past will start evolving. Only if the past hits at timeless space, future will start evolving. Don't you understand? Only if the ice hits the molten lava, steam will start evolving. So what hits? For the steam to happen, understand these subtle principles. Rahu representing future makes timeless space manifest as past. Ketu, power of the past, makes the timeless space manifest as future. You need to know if what hits the timeless space, the time will start evolving. So if you are not having these subtle understandings, don't do this reading of the horoscope astrology for others. That will become like a blind leading the blind. It will be huge karma. Listen. We always think time is more solid existence. It exists more solid way than love and trust. It is not. Love and trust as more solid existence than past, present, future and time. Love and trust as more conscious validity than the past, present, future. The Nirantaratva, the 5 dimensions of the Nirantaratva. A little trust towards which is unknown to you, little love towards which is under you, known to you, will make your life in perpetual completion. Little trust towards what is unknown to you, little love towards whatever is known to you, like little trust on your higher ups, little love on the people who are under you, will make the whole life perpetually complete. I have given a simple one-line solution. I am not saying go to the extreme of tyaga, sacrifice. No. You need tyaga, illogical trust, and illogical love only to be in Kailasa. When I say illogical, beyond your logic. People who are ready to trust beyond the logic. And beyond, people who are ready to love beyond the logic. That is Tyaga. You need Tyaga only to reach and be in Kailasa. But in your ordinary life, in Buloka, to live in Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion, within the frame of your logic, which is actually illogical. Even within that frame, a little trust towards the unknown, higher ups, little love towards the known, all the things under you, below you, whether people or situation or anything. But anything which is known to you or under you, you take it for granted, stop loving. Anything which is unknown to you, constantly you are only afraid, not ready to trust. Just infuse little trust on the dimensions of unknown, little love on whatever is known, you will suddenly see so much of immortality. Amritatva, I tell you. Trust is a power. I'll give you one example. I can give you multiple examples, but I'll give you just one or two examples. One of my personal physician, doctor who takes care of my health, Sona Kamath. She's in US. Anything I wanted to consult about my own health, always she gets the call. Of course, I have a list of doctors, various specialists. Krishna Rao in India, Dr. Shanti, many, a long list. Most of them are women, so I don't want them to feel that, oh, Swamiji did not tell my name. Let me repeat all the names, like Sahasranama, Prema Kodandraman, Ma Devarupa, all. Recently, during this corona, she sent some medicines. If somebody gets corona in Kailasa, to give them. I think I spoke about it once even in the satsang, that she sent her own medicines which was needed for herself. She did not bother for her health and said, no, Kailasa is first. And she sent it. And my team came and presented that with this fact that she sent it, putting Kailasa as a first priority, then her health. It was really too much, really. And I tell you that medicine is not a complete solution for corona. Fortunately, with the grace of Paramashiva, nobody got corona in Kailasa. But that medicine was not a perfect solution for corona. But when usually anything is brought and I enter into Samadhi, be in Paramashiva space and touch it. Listen. I enter into the space of Paramashiva and touch that and be in Samadhi. It's like a consciously blessing. When I touch that medicine which she sent, her intense love for me, and because of her intense love for me, my trust on her completed the chemical qualities of that medicine. And that medicine became a complete combination needed to cure anyone gets corona. Listen. Surely a logical mind or illogical mind will have its own questions. I am telling you the reality. Listen. I am under oath in the cosmic court. I have to tell the truth as it is. I can't afford to lie. Just her love for me and KAILASA, the moment the medicine reached, I went into Samadhi and touched that. Her love for me and my trust. If she can have so much love, what she does is the absolute, honest, right action. This just made a complete circle. Chemical quality of that medicine has changed, evolved to be the perfect medicine. Fortunately, by the grace of Paramashiva, nobody got COVID. That's a great thing. All I am trying to tell you guys is that power of trust can change physical realities. I tell you, I have few Siddha doctors. Whenever they say, I need an anthill mud pack or some special herbs names, Totta Siningi, all these herbs. They ask me, Swamiji, we don't have them in Biddi. From where can we procure? I tell them, we have Amazon. Order anything, it will come. That is our Kalpavriksha banyan tree. Go and tell the banyan tree. They'll go and tell the banyan tree. This all we need for Swamiji. Within 3-4 days, much quicker than Amazon delivery, the roots of the banyan tree, to the length it has spread, that is a breathing space of the banyan tree. In that land, suddenly the anthill will grow. Suddenly that Tottasingi herb will grow. All we need will suddenly start growing in my courtyard. From the stone it will grow. Not even from the ground. We have seen this multiple times. Actually, our Kalpavriksha banyan tree's delivery time is lesser than Amazon delivery time. Any herb, any of these items which we don't get, which is very rare, difficult to procure, we tell them, go and tell Kalpavriksha banyan tree. And it just grows. Listen. I am not telling you stories. I wanted to remind you all again, I am under oath in the cosmic court of Paramashiva. Every word I utter, I am held responsible. I can't blabber what I want. And one more thing, as I told you, I neither need money from you, nor I need you to vote for me to become president. No. If somebody drops something in my begging bowl, I am grateful. But my relationship is not dependent on, or I don't expect you should give me this, you should give me that. I am enough unto myself. You can neither add something to me nor take away anything from me. If you drop something in my begging bowl, I'll use that and build Kailasa, which is for you. I'll make this satsang in better quality, high definition. We'll get a better camera, better relaying system. We'll serve you, that's all. So few pennies dropped in my begging bowl is going to be more useful for you with my labor, which is free of cost. My consultation, labor, everything is free of cost. If I'm ready to give my time for consultancy, surely billion-dollar companies will happily hire me. But I am not going to do that. I am going to give everything to all of you free of cost. And I am making it very clear. I neither need your money nor need your vote. உன் துட்டும் தேவையில்லை, ஓட்டும் தேவையில்லையப்பா. நீ துட்டு கொடுத்து நான் பணக்காரனாக போறதும் இல்லை, நீ ஓட்ட போட்டு நான் அதிபராக போறதும் இல்லை. நானே சொல்லிக்கிட்டேன் நான் அதிபர்னு, அவ்வளவுதான். அதை ஒரு 4 நாடு ஏத்துக்குச்சு, நான் என்ன பண்றது அதுக்கு? பாஸ்போர்ட்டை கொடுக்க மாட்டேன்ட்டாங்க, இல்லீகலா பிடுங்கிக்கிட்டாங்க. சரி, நானே ஒன்று பாஸ்போர்ட்டுன்னு போட்டு அதுக்கு நானே கையெழுத்து போட்டு வச்சுக்கிட்டேன். அதை ஒரு 4 நாடு ஒத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. சரி சாமி, இதான் உங்க பாஸ்போர்ட், நாங்க ஒத்துக்கிறோம் வாங்க அப்படின்ட்டாங்க. நான் என்ன பண்றது, அவ்வளவுதான். நீ துட்டு போட்டு நான் பணக்காரனாக போறதும் இல்லை, நீ ஓட்டு போட்டு நான் அதிபராக போறதும் இல்லையப்பா. So you can't add anything to me. You can't take away anything from me. So I don't need to cheat you. I will tell you the cosmic truths as it is. உன் துட்டும் எனக்கு தேவையில்லை, ஓட்டும் எனக்கு தேவையில்லைன்றதால உன்னை பொய் சொல்லி ஏமாத்த வேண்டிய அவசியம் எனக்கு இல்லையப்பா. பிரபஞ்ச சத்தியங்களை உள்ளது உள்ளபடியே சொல்வேன். Because you can neither give me something nor take away anything from me. My relationship with you all is honest, straightforward, love. Because it is only love, I will tell you cosmic truths as it is. I won't cheat you. And as I told you, I am under the oath in the cosmic court. I am responsible for every word I am uttering. So listen. Love and trust as different frequency. For example, trust you have on your mother, she will give you only good food. She won't poison you. That is one level. The trust you have on your doctor. The doctor will give you only the right, best available medicine, will not cheat you, exploit you for the sake of money. That is different, next level trust. Same way, love. The love you have with your boyfriend or girlfriend, a romantic need is one level love. The love you have with the sexual need, that is another one level love. The love you have on your children, with the trust they will be part of your future as your extension during your old age, for you to gracefully age and exit the planet Earth. So these are different levels of love, different levels of trust. The highest frequency of the love and trust is Guru Bhakti, which I am enjoying from all of you. So I will be absolutely honest and sincere. Understand? I know every word I am uttering is constructing your path to Kailasa. It's a ladder for your Kailasa. And I can't afford to make the ladder or steps weak or wrong. Not only the direction, the strength of the steps, everything. I am responsible and I commit with you guys. I'll be honest and responsible because I don't need to cheat you all. I am in the space of Swatantratva. I tell you, when somebody feels he is fully happy, feels safe, secure, peaceful within himself, extremely joyful, he gives his best. And I tell you, last 3 years, absolutely away from the humanity, has given me such a joy, tremendous peace, feeling secure. Actually, I don't need anything other than my little food. Once that little food or the juice I take is given, I can sit like this whole day and go on initiating people, bring all the great powers, energies, gifts from Kailasa and go on giving it to people. Last 3 years, with such a safe atmosphere, not only I feel so secured within, peaceful within, I feel secured and peaceful even outside. See, within feeling safety, secure, peaceful, all that has happened the moment I became enlightened. At the age of 10, Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself, when he gave this Paramadvaita Anubhuti, he gave all of that. That is there from that time inside. But even outside, as long as I was in India, every day, all people around me have to be shivering. When, who will attack and when the system will be shaken, when some traitor will come out, when some enemies will attack, all this turbulence. Now, last 3 years, oh God, with the grace of Paramashiva, so much of peace, bliss, safe, secured feeling, not only inside me, with the grace of Paramashiva, even outside me. because I feel absolutely safe, secure, peaceful. I will only give that same to all of you honestly, consciously. Even if I am ferocious, so understand, every word I am uttering is the pure truth as it is. Internalize this. I'll make you manifest Shampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion. I know all of you who are sitting with me all over the world. I know for many of you it is a work time, sleep time. I know from literally every time zone, people are sitting. Not just this Buloka, even in the Paramashiva space, even in the vertical time zones, beings are sitting and enjoying this satsang. So listen, I'll be absolutely honest, integrated to the Guru Bhakti I am enjoying from all of you. For today, as an initiation, for you to manifest the Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion, all of you should know, all my disciples, be assured, actually, I construct your inner space. Most of you have outsourced that job to me. I will do it very sincerely, honestly. You just listen to this truth, that is enough. Don't start worrying, oh, I don't know, will I be able to practice, will I be able to manifest? Don't worry. As if you manifested, you practiced everything I taught, I only did everything. So you relax. You know, I do a good job. That's why you are franchising all your inner space work to me. I'll do it. You just listen. The time you come and sit with me and spend with me, that is all I need. I will do the job. Now, the first truth, listen. Nityatva, the 7 aspects I said, that space before past, past, past evolving into the present, present, present manifesting as future, future, future moving into the space beyond time. This 7 is Nityatva. This Nityatva as a conscious existence. Nirantaratva is this 5. Past, past evolving into present, present, present evolving into future, future. This five is Nirantaratva. There is no existential evidence for the Nirantaratva's existence other than comparative realities proofs. Somebody asked me yesterday, Swamiji, you can initiate us directly. Why should you give all these complicated truths and words? Listen, I can initiate you directly, but there is a systematic way of initiating in our Hindu tradition. So all these truths are from that systematic way of teaching. I want to keep all this alive. These are the methodology of the Pata, the truths delivered. So later on, when people want to get initiated very systematically, these lessons also should be available, not just my initiation. That is why I am documenting all this properly. So you all can enjoy it and the humanity can enjoy forever. That is why these great truths get verbalized every day by me. So, next statement, listen. Because the Nirantaratva has no existential reality, struggles related to Nirantaratva is irrelevant. Your struggles needed to be in the space of completion. Your struggles to achieve the space of completion in Nirantaratva are irrelevant. That is why I repeat, there is no such thing as good person or bad person. There is only integrated person and non-integrated person. You will never understand the cosmic right wrong if you are stuck in the social right wrong. Social right wrong is defined by the people who want to exploit you. Cosmic right wrong is defined by the beings who want to raise you to enlightenment. All your struggles in the Nirantaratva for complete completion is useless, irrelevant. That is why many times when I give the Guru walk to people, it will not look logical. Because it is cosmological. It's from the logic of the cosmos. It may not fit with your logic. Multiple evidences we have, multiple times. I'll reject somebody's $1 million donation because he was not integrated for $10. I'll say, he was not integrated in the $10 issue. I don't want any donation from him. Tell him to get lost. I'll not accept $1 million property, multi-million dollar properties donations because that fellow was not integrated for few cents. Because if he is not integrated in the few cents, he is dumping his property to as a dropping responsibility, not as a donation. So if he is dumping by dropping his responsibility, he is going to repent for donating later on. I don't want that. Many of my decisions you will never catch in your logic. Many of my guru work you will never catch in your logic. You will think, oh, it is such an unbusiness, unprofessional like decision. And the other day somebody was criticizing, Swamiji, what is this you are telling? Even if you are not able to be in Kailasa, it's okay, you give birth to a baby and bring up that baby, and after the age of 7, send that baby to Gurukul. People think that I am calling people to Kailasa to be productive. No, I am calling people to Kailasa for getting enlightened and manifesting enlightenment. Many of the devotees, they are messaging, Swamiji, you should call people who are already grown up, productive, inspire them to become Kailasavasis. Instead, you are telling, you give birth to a baby, at the age of 7, you send that baby, and even if that baby comes, then after that 20 years, we have to groom that baby, grow that baby, train that baby, and by that time, it will be 25. We don't even know whether that baby will be, want to be, when that person, when he grows up, he wants to be part of the Sangha, Kailasa, or he will leave. I said, listen, my focus is on enlightening more people. It is easy, very easy for a kid to grow up in this ecosystem and get enlightened. How many kids manifest powers and enlightenment is my productivity. That is the cosmological productivity. You can never understand the cosmological productivity by your logic. For you, the productivity means the money and number of people or the impact, influence we generate. No. For me, the productivity is how many kids, how many people manifest powers, and enlightenment is conscious truths. So my logic is cosmologic. A normal person will never understand. I don't have any utility. Nobody can add anything to me. If you are interested in enlightenment, power manifestation, I'll go to any extent to make you feel as part of me. That's all. I'll do anything to make you feel as part of me. That's all. So, the way my logic functions is cosmologic. I plan from the cosmic, the Nityatva, not with the Nirantaratva. Even if it takes 25 years, when you give birth to a child and that child gets enlightened, that's the most productive for you. Understand, I am repeating. One of your DNA extension, anyone who gives one child to Kailasa, when that child starts manifesting powers and raises the consciousness, you will reach Kailasa when you leave the body. You will straight reach, because the DNA gets empowered. That is why all Shastras in all Sampradaya says, if one person gets enlightened, 7 generations of the past immediately given the space of Kailasa. Suddenly, some 7 generation elders will be picked up from the Pitruloka and said, you have been given a golden visa and residency card to Kailasa, please go. They will ask, why? Why? Now, one of your great grandson is initiated by Swamiji and the baby is manifesting power and he has become enlightened. So because of that, the whole DNA, 7 generation, given golden visa and residency, green card to Kailasa, please go. Your ticket available here in next 3 minutes. These are existential reality, understand? I am not telling you story. Do you know the amount of struggle it takes to bring up, train the kids, evolve them, and make them manifest powers? And make them manifest enlightenment? But I tell you, that is the real productivity. The whole productivity of the Arunachala ecosystem is manifesting one Nithyananda. Not the number of people come and the crores of wealth comes in the hundi in the temple, or the millions of people go around the hill. All that is not counted as productivity. In Arunachala's list, when Arunachala Paramashiva sits and goes through his balance sheet, he will not be calculating, 100 crore came in the temple hundi. This year is productive. 10 million people are going around the hill doing Giri Pradakshanam. This year is productive. No, he is not going to look at that and feel that this year is productive. Wow. Nithyananda has become enlightened. Now he will manifest this ecosystem in multiple places and reproduce it. This year is productive. That is the way he considers, he calculates, he checks his balance sheet. That is the way I check my balance sheet. This many people have started manifesting powers. This many people have started manifesting enlightenment. This many people are manifesting Paramadvaita initiation. Yes, this year is productive. That is the way I see my balance sheet. The whole ecosystem of Arunachala, which Paramashiva created thousands of years ago, the productivity of that ecosystem is Nithyananda manifesting Paramadvaita. Now he will carry on. He will make multiple beings manifest Paramadvaita, and this will spread all over the world and revive the Kailasa. So understand, all your struggles to manifest completion in Nirantaratva are irrelevant. Understand, your existence is centered, rooted in completion. Purna Kala is rooted in Nityatva, is Paramadvaita. In this lubricated space, the lubricated space of Ananda, knowing that completion is so much, living inside me, I am very much part of the completion. Then completion being part of me, you trying to keep completion as part of you is too small. Actually, you are part of the completion. Completion possesses you. Purna Kala possesses you. Not that you possess Purna Kala. And for all my disciples, whoever declares your integrity to me, I am responsible for making this as your inner space. That is what I mean by the word initiation. If there is a struggle inside you, relax. I am struggling. You don't need to struggle. I am struggling, and I know how to break my struggles. And I don't get stuck. Indu Priyal is putting a question. Only now she understands the difference between Nityatva and Nirantaratva, and still not getting the full difference. No, you struggle with your husband and family. I'll teach you ferociously, don't worry. You don't need to understand now. I'll teach you with life, through life, and I won't get stuck. I will make it happen. Because you don't listen to my words directly, I'll teach you through life, don't worry. See, when I teach you directly, you get angry with me. So I'll hide behind the life and make the life teach you. I have many proxies. They will come to you in your life and teach you. Then you will realize, oh God, I think better we can listen to Swamiji's words directly. That is more easy than this life teaching me. So till you come to that conclusion, I'll be ferocious with you. You don't need to worry at all. You can continue to enjoy your cunningness, your hypocrisy. I'll wake you up. See, only thing you should not do is moving away from me. Other than that, anything is okay. Fight with me, struggle with me, anything is okay. Don't keep away from me. Only then I say, all right, then leave it. Don't disturb them. As long as you are ready to be in touch Any closer steps you achieved, that's the greatest treasure. Don't lose that. See, some have achieved a level of from wherever you are. I attend to you, I listen. Some have achieved, you can send a message and it will reach me within a day and you will get the response. Some have achieved, I am just a call away. You know whom to call and you will get the response, sometimes even in my own voice. Some have reached, you can directly message and you will receive the response with my identity itself. Yes, I am Swamiji responding to you. Some will get the response, no, Swamiji is busy. We will give the message to him and get his response to you. Any level of closeness you achieved, don't lose that. That's all. Nothing else need to be worried, because I will not rest till you manifest Paramadvaita. I'll make sure you manifest. Only the people who decide to be away completely, then I tell them, okay, let them have their life. I won't interfere because it's the ethics of the cosmos. Cosmos gives you the freedom to be in delusion. Conscious sovereignty of you, even when you are deluded, is respected. So understand, if you are in touch with me, if you are able to get your questions answered by me, instructed by me, then don't worry at all. All your struggles are mine. If you know, I remember you. Like how I remember today Sona Kamat and answered. You have nothing to worry. All your struggles are mine. So in the Priyal, you have nothing to worry. You will be dealt ferociously. Enjoy the ferociousness of life. Enjoy your cunningness, hypocrisy, delusion. Just don't move away, that's all. Other than moving away, anything is okay. That's all. Because I operate from absolute love, compassion. I'll do anything, I'll go to any extent to make you feel you are part of me when you want enlightenment, Paramadvaita from me. Even though I have nothing to gain from you, achieve from you, and you also know it. Many times, people feel that deeply. Oh, he doesn't need me. Hey, that is the truth. What do you want me to do? I don't need you. I shower me on you, make you feel you are part of me, because I want you to manifest Paramadvaita. Other than that, I have nothing to gain from you. I don't need you. People are deeply hurt when they know that I don't need them. But what to do? That's the reality. Because I don't need you only, I won't cheat you. I won't exploit you. I'll only shower me on you. And if you keep you away from me, then it's up to you. What can I do? That's the way the relationship with Paramashiva works. The issues of your life is my struggle. The moment you declare your integrity to me, it is no more yours. You relax. And I'll be really, really responsible. Don't worry. I'll talk to you from inside you, from outside you, and I'll make sure you know it is me talking to you. My message will be always loud and clear because I'm a loud mouth. Saurav Aneja is telling exactly like you explained. Even the scientists agree that there is no fixed direction for length, breadth, depth. It is just a construct to explain space, not existential. Understand? Length, breadth, depth, time, space, all of them does not have the independent existence. Pratyagatma Chaitanya. Away from consciousness. That is why they are called comparative reality, not existential reality. I am shifting your focus to the existential reality. So all the problems of comparative reality melts down and you have a vast inner space for manifesting life you wanted. Listen. All my stupid struggles in India, when I moved to Kailasa and dropped those struggles, I had so much space to do the constructive work of what I should do to the world. Stupid patterns, when they are removed, then you start manifesting powers and Ishwaratva. I am making you Ishwara by removing your stupid struggles and patterns, making them irrelevant. Irrelevant. So now, initiation, listen. The other day, some of the SJP Ejamans were telling, Swamiji, it doesn't look logical, but this is what is the reality. After I became SJP, my wealth has suddenly become 10 times more. I'm not marketing. I'm telling you, it's not because you became SJP Ejaman and all that. You suddenly declared your integrity to me. So, because you declared your integrity to me, all your struggles are my responsibility. Especially when you give some money, you put your time and energy and try to absorb whatever you can from me. Your decision to absorb from me becomes professional and intense when you give little money. That is the utility of the money you are giving. It's not for me, it's for you are giving. Because only when you give money, you become sincere, serious, integrated to it. That become your lifestyle. If a movie is available freely in YouTube, how many of you sit and watch consistently end to end? But if you pay, go to a theater, see how you watch end to end. That's all. Same psychology. When you open your packet, you become very serious to absorb maximum from me. Then you know I am inside you and doing the work. And you simply manifest what? 10 times. You manifest even 100 times. Because the struggle has become mine. I have to do the job. Sometimes people tell me, oh, Swamiji, when I bring my child to satsang, when I bring my kid to the satsang, kid sleeps, that is okay. Prahalada got initiated when he was sleeping. Abhimanyu got initiated, taught when he was sleeping. So, a child sleeping during the satsang is not wrong. Let it sleep. But let it be in the space where my voice is heard. Prahalada learnt the whole Veda, Agama, Purana, Shastra and got initiated while he was sleeping inside mother's womb. So now I know it is too late. Even if your baby, pets, kids, they sleep, it's okay. Get them to the initiation. Let them hear my voice. That's enough. Let them be in the space where the voice is heard. That's enough. Initiation will happen. If I see them, that's enough. If they are in the space where my voice is heard, that's enough. Initiation will work. So sit straight. You can keep your eyes closed or open. That is okay, no problem. I'm going to initiate you into the Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion. I'm just going to shift your consciousness, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, to the Nityatva, eternity. So the huge gush of Kundalini Shakti and energy manifests in you. The Paramashiva's Paramadvaita manifests in you as Dakshinamurti. And the trust of Devaguru Brihaspati, love of Asura Guru, Shukracharya, both hugs you. And you manifest Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion. And that automatically manifests as love, trust, wealth, health, joy, so many things. The other day, Vedaswarupa has put a message. Swamiji, you give us gold, but tell us how to convert that into currency. Vedaswarupa, just by following the instructions I gave, how you achieved the ultimate health, your ability to handle your heart, you should know, especially NRIs, top, like a Monday blew up, they die in heart attack. Not only you don't have heart diseases, your heart is absolutely perfect and healthy. It is simply because of the trust. So understand, Guru Bhakti is the way the gold becomes currency. Cherish that. That is enough. Guru Bhakti is the answer for Vedaswarupa's question. He put a question the other day, how to convert the gold into currency. Guru Bhakti converts the gold into currency and continues to shower gold in your life. Multiple level trust and love put together evolves as Guru Bhakti, and Guru Bhakti evolves in your life trust and love on multiple levels. See, when a Guru Bhakti starts manifesting in you, your love for your mother increases, your trust on your mother increases, your love for your spouse increases, your trust on your spouse increases, your love for your team members increases, your trust on your team members increases, your love for your family increases, your love for your team increases, your trust for your family increases, your trust for your team increases. More and more healing starts happening. More and more completion starts happening. Even if you are struggling, know it is my struggle. The moment you declare your integrity to me, I'll trigger the Guru Bhakti simultaneously, synergetically, and even if you are struggling, relax, it's my struggle. I will open it. I will clear it. I will never be stuck. I'll clear all the struggles. I'll give a breakthrough. I will be constantly breaking all the struggles and all the obstacles. It's my life. It's my job. So anybody who declares your integrity to me, don't worry about any struggle in any level. I'll go on be infusing energy and continuous breakthroughs in multi-level. Synergetically triggering Guru Bhakti, trust, love. See, when I trigger Guru Bhakti in you, it simply manifests as a love and trust in your life with so many people around you. Suddenly you stop feeling insecure. Your insecurity becomes irrelevant. You start calling the people with whom you are feeling insecure and you start building bridges. You start building relationships. Things get more happy, more blissful, whether with your family or teamily. Team or family or teamily, with everyone. So Guru Bhakti is the solution to convert gold into currency, energy into reality. I tell you, when Guru Bhakti is triggered in you, even you feel energetic to do yoga and gym and make you healthy with a proper sattvic one meal. See, I wanted to make this as a law of Kailasa. All Kailasians will eat only vegetarian one meal a day. Rich meal. Vegetarian. One meal a day. Whether you are part of the Kailasa, see, I am not going to stop giving meal. In all Kailasa Adhinams, 3 meal will be available. I'll make it available. Leave this as a spiritual practice for you. Slowly evolve. This rule is only for the major, means after 18. Not the minors below 18. Minors below 18 have to eat because it's a compulsory as per the law of your land. But all adults, slowly, slowly align yourself to a rich, full meal per day. Because that will evolve a very powerful system. When Guru Bhakti is triggered, even this, you get strength, energy, trust, and start building your body. Doing yoga, doing sattvic food, doing gym, becoming healthy. In every sphere, every aspect of your life, Guru Bhakti manifests as a trust and love and power. So now, I'll synergetically trigger that power, initiation, Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, as Dakshinamurti, Paramadvaita, and naturally Brihaspati, trust, Shukracharya, love, will start manifesting. Shukracharya is embodiment of love. That is why he is able to tolerate all the demons and asuras. You guys are having wrong opinion about Shukracharya. Shukra is extreme love. If you guys know about Shukra, you all will fall in love with Shukra. He doesn't judge. He just loves anyone who declares integrity to him. Actually, if you guys know more about Shukra, you will become more devotees of Shukra. Because he doesn't judge you at all. He doesn't bother about how you behave with others. He just empowers, and he always trusts that one day you will reach the Paramadvaita. It's okay even if you are in delusion for some time. Many times, people who have seen my Brihaspati dimension get angry when I show my Shukra dimension to somebody. Oh, why only that person is tolerated so much? I am questioned, trained, but that person is tolerated. Hey, he is enjoying my Shukra. You are enjoying my Brihaspati. Why are you fighting with him? Always these devas are jealous of asuras. Oh, we are so disciplined, so organized. We also get power by doing tapas. And these fellows, demons, are so unorganized, disorganized, but they also get powers by tapas. Hey, they are enjoying Shukra. Why are you so jealous of Shukra's people? It's okay. If you are enjoying Brihaspati, you enjoy Brihaspati. But don't be jealous of people who are enjoying Shukra. So now, I'll trigger all three. Dakshinamurti, Paramadvaita, Paramaguru, and Devaguru Brihaspati, trust. Asura Guru Shukra, love. All three. Come on, sit. You will all enjoy Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion. Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om.
तुल्यं निजान्तर्गतं पश्यन्नात्मनि मायया बहिरिवुद्भूतं यदा निद्रया यः साक्षात् कुरुते प्रबोधसमये स्वात्मानमेवाद्वयम् तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये
Om, 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 Om. Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om.
Paramashiva Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva 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 Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva 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 Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva 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 Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paramashiva. यस्यैव स्फुरणं सदा मकमसत्कल्पार्थकं वासते साक्षात् तत्त्वमसीति वेदवचसा यो बोधयत्याश्रितः
Om, 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 Om.
तीर्भवां बोणित तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्री
Om, Om, Om.
Paramashiva Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva 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 Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva 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 Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva 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 Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paramashiva.
Taka 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 nadaraja, taka dimi taka junu nadaraja, talang taka dimi nadaraja, dum dum taka dimi nadaraja, taka 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 nadaraja, taka dimi taka junu nadaraja, talang taka dimi nadaraja, dum dum.
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருபாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருபாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தட்டதிமி தாளமொடு தில்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இம்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க விரைந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா. பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா. நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க. இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க. நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க. இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க. அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதிலாடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே. ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான். திரை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா. சரி 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 பமனித சனி பம பமனித சனி சரி 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 பமனித சனி பம பமனித திரணா 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 திரணா. தஜோம் தக்கிட தஜோம் தக்கிட தகதிமி தஜோம் தக்கிட தஜோம் தக்கிட தகதிமி தஜோம் தக்கிட தஜோம் தக்கிட தகதிமி தஜோம் தக்கிட தஜோம் தக்கிட தகதிமி. சிதம்பர திருசபையில் நயமுடன் ஆடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே. நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும். அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே. முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன். 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே. அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே. நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க. இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க. நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க. இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க. ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருபாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான். திரை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான். ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான். திரை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே. தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே. பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா. நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க. இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க. நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க. இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க. நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க 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 வாழ்க. இமை பொழுதும் நடராஜன் திருப்பதம் தாங்கிய ஓங்கிய நாளிதுவே. கைலைதனில் நித்யானந்தன் ஆனந்த நடமென்னும் நாளிதுவே. பக்தன் மொழியில் ஞானம் அளிக்கின்ற நாளிதுவே. அவனின் கருணை வையகம் அறிந்திடும் நாளிதுவே. நித்யானந்தம் வாழ்வில் ஒளியை ஏற்றிடுவே. நித்யானந்தம் ஜீவன் முக்தனை மாற்றிடுவே. நித்யானந்தம் கைலாயம் சேர்த்திடுவே. நித்யானந்தம் இந்த ஜகத்தினை காத்திடுவே. ராஜன் நடராஜன் திருப்பதம் தாங்கிய ஓங்கிய நாளிதுவே. கைலைதனில் நித்யானந்தன் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் நாளிதுவே.
Om. 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 As a living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I bless you all. Let's all be established in Sampurna Purnatva, perpetual completion, complete completion. Om, Om, Om. Let's all manifest with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddha Advaita Saivam. Paramadvaitam, and radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living. Shuddhadvaita Saivam Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, super consciousness and Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Pramanas, the evidences. Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagama stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the Guru's initiation in a disciple of a particular lineage, which is demonstrable to the world. Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. All the Pramanas is basically how you understand the superconscious mutation that again and again Bhagavan is giving us the deeper truth to understand how we exist in the existential reality. beyond our self-doubt, self-denial and self-hatred. Now let's move to the Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter.
Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter, silicon, is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 120, Dharana 95. क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैः दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत् क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैः दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, Vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object, along with the thoughts and impression of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Sunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all-inclusive or infinity. Bhagavan beautifully says in the sutra how we can experience the Nityatva versus the Nirantara that we exist in the existential comparative reality. The existential reality is Nityatva. The comparative reality is Nirantara. When you go beyond the time, what you understand the chronological time. The chronological time is like a number. We meet at that number called phone call. We meet at that number called Zoom call. So we have numbers and names where we have a common place to meet each other. But that is not time. That is chronological time that Bhagavan says. Kala is the ultimate time where we exist in the ultimate space. When we are in deep sleep, we are in the Karna Sarira, which is like in the Kala, that space that we are in deep space of oneness with Paramashiva. But we are not aware of it and there is no use of it. But in awareness, we can bring that same space and experience the Nityatva. What is the use of bringing that is what Bhagavan explains so beautifully. When you are in Nityatva, you're beyond all your struggle. Like he says, the length, breadth, depth, the way we understand the length, breadth, and depth and time and space is only logical world. But beyond the logic, there exists how a manifestation world, how life happens, and how everything is a possibility of us to experience this. Each one of us can manifest this. Each one of us can experience this. And how does it happen? That is the deep love for the Guru. And simply, you will be in the Nityatva. Once Arjuna asked Krishna, who loves you so much? And Arjuna thought either he'll say Arjuna or he'll say Narada or Gopikas or Radha. But Krishna said, come, I'll take you to a palace. And he takes him to the palace where there's a king, queen and a prince. And they all receive both of them and feed them and do the puja. Everything happens. And after that, suddenly out of the blue, Krishna says to the king, saying that you better bring a sword and you have to cut the right half of your child and offer to me. And the child has to be on the mother's lap and the child should not cry. And Arjuna was like, what is going on? And the king or the queen did not get disturbed. Immediately the king went to get his sword and the queen placed the baby on the prince, who is very young as 5 years, made him sit on the lap of the queen. And after that, when the king came, he was ready to cut. But the beautiful space that the child is, when he took the sword, the left side of his eye started watering. Immediately Krishna said, stop. Why are you having why are you crying? And I said, you should not cry. The mother should have it in the lap and the father should have a sword. But if you cry, I cannot accept you. The child so beautifully answers that the left side is crying because everything I did as only as offering to you, whether it is word, thought, or action. What did my left side do wrong that you're not accepting? So it is in deep sorrow. The child did not say why my father is violent, why my mother is like this, or why Krishna, who is supposed to be God, is trying to hurt me. He did not ask any question, even as a child. He only asked Krishna why he did not accept the left side. Simply, Arjuna's eyes watered and he understood what is the real bhakti, ready to give up anything for the ultimate. And that is the most beautiful space. Whenever you're ready to give up everything for your Guru, you experience the Guru taking you to the space from Nirantara to Nityatva. All these greater Nayanamars, Alvas, Siddhas, all the sages, enlightened master, started living this higher intelligence. They knew that this reality is just a dream and they can raise into the Nityatva where they can experience the higher cognition and higher reality that only Paramashiva is real. Other than that, everything is just a delusion. Here, beautifully in Valmiki Ramayana is nothing but the Tyaga for Rama was the full story. Everybody did Tyaga, including Kaikeyi. She gave up all her good name just to do what the Rama had come down and for his mission. She stood by him by even letting go her good name and becoming the worst name. Everybody had done the ultimate Tyaga and Sita was an embodiment of that. And she was ready to give up anything to hold the space of Rama and Rama's views as the ultimate. When she was pregnant with 2 kids, twins, she was ready to leave the palace, who is actually a queen, and ready to give up everything and go to a forest and live in the forest, just to hold the space, whatever Rama wants. And Rama did not want to hear somebody talking ill about Sita, which would hurt him. So, indirectly, Sita was ready to sacrifice the ultimate just to be in the space of what Rama wants. And Rama was doing the biggest sacrifice of leaving his children and wife in the forest and ready to give up for the society of the people so that they don't speak anything wrong. The ultimate, each one did Tyaga, was the Ramayana. Here, Sita, after she finishes, she was not clutched by anything else. She said she came from planet Earth and she asked the Bhuma Devi, the planet, to open, and she dissolved into the planet itself after she handed over Lavakusha to Rama. These are not just mythology, these are higher intelligence, how they existed in the existential reality. Since we don't understand the higher dimension, we think they disappear. They exist in a different form, different reality. Again and again, Bhagavan says how this is a science, and this science was known and this science was experienced by millions. Now, Bhagavan is teaching this science to raise our intelligence to manifest all these greater powers. There is nothing supernatural about it. It is all the way we existed, which is a forgotten science, and Bhagavan is reviving those signs to again make us experience all this greater reality. Here you can see how they have applied the Jnananjan on the coconut. If you, for power manifestation session, weighing scale, thermometer, coconuts should be a must. And make sure you have the Jnananjan, apply the Jnananjan in your third eye, in your temple, and on the coconut. If you don't have a coconut, you can have an object on a silicon and try to move the object just by the Mahavakya, not touching it. And if you're using silicon, make sure it is switched off. There is no vibration mode or anything from outside which is moving that. So all we are going to do is, now we'll watch this video beautifully. You can hear even the crack sound of the manifestation of cracking the coconut consciousness over matter, not by doing anything but just chanting the Mahavakya. crack in the coconut, there is Jnananjan, and the coconut is placed well placed in the hand. Now, as you see, it will start cracking. You can see the crack that happened, and with the sound it cracked on the top, a full line it has cracked. Not only Balasans were able to crack the coconut, they were able to clearly show that they can even seal the coconut after the crack. Bhagavan said, whoever were able to seal the coconut after they are able to crack it, they can work with the non-invasive surgery. How Agastya, when he ate Vatapi, there were two demons called Vatapi and Ilava. They were killing all their anti-Hindu element. They were killing all the rishis on those days. And Vatapi would go into the stomach and tear the stomach and come out. But Agastya knew the science and he digested the whole Vatapi and also made the Ilava disappear. He knew the science how to digest even a human in his stomach. The power that he had, all these rishis knew how they can raise themselves into the conscious space where they just manifest what they want as reality. Again and again, whatever you tell, your computer works. If you click on the Zoom, it opens a Zoom. If you click on the mail, it opens a mail. You click on YouTube, it opens a YouTube. You click on Facebook, it opens a Facebook. Your mind is a processor. You establish in Nityatva, and whatever you command, it becomes reality. Nityatva is a space where you know that you are Paramashiva. You are not deluded by the identities that you carry constantly, which is creating the mind. When you unclutch from the identity, the mind has no identity. It just dissolves. And pure consciousness reflects in your brain. Otherwise, only the mind reflects in the brain. But without the identity, the mind cannot stay. It needs an identity. Brother, sister, father, mother, spouse, whatever identity you're carrying, drop the identity, unclutch from the identity. You will simply see that manifestation is a way of existence. Simply how you manifest breathing, how you manifest digesting your food into blood, you will be manifesting whatever you want as reality. Here, all that you're going to do is you can place the coconut or you can place the coconut in others' hand and crack the coconut. If you're going to crack the coconut, wonderful. If you don't have the coconut, you can keep an object on a silicon and move the object on silicon. Make sure the object is not sliding. It is very stable. Only by Mahavakya it is moving. Now put away everything and take a picture and put away everything. Sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva is real. Again and again establish yourself in Paramashiva. An absolute unclutching from everything that you know as your identity. And more when you unclutch, you will start recognizing your very core space, deep love for Paramashiva. Even if you have a love for outer world things, Bhagavan says, it gives you so much of awareness and oneness space. If you turn that love to Paramashiva, how Bhagavan said how he was in love with his yoga guru and his Arunagiri Yogeshwara, he was ready to do anything at that time. And once you are in that space, ready to give up anything, you merge into the Paramashiva space because of your true love for Paramashiva, and manifestation flows through you as existential reality. All that we need to do is chant the Mahavakya, intensely get into the listening of what you're chanting. That makes you go beyond the thoughts. Once you're beyond the thoughts, whatever you want simply becomes real. Now, all that we are going to do is have the quantum entanglement with Bhagavan and move the object or crack the coconut. If you're doing in your hand, that's fine. If you're doing in others' hand, also beautiful, ask them to record and send you the recording of cracking the coconut. Now, all that you need to do is continuously chant the Mahavakya. Sit with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands as Paramashiva. So clearly establish first yourself as Paramashiva. From that space, whatever you command, it becomes reality. All that you need to do is chant the Mahavakya. It has the intelligence to manifest your reality, what you want. When you're chanting the Mahavakya, be in the deep gratitude, deep love for Paramashiva. In that bhava, whatever you experience, you start manifesting as powers. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening for few minutes. Put away your gadgets and completely dissolve, disappear into Paramashiva, experiencing the Nirvikalpa Samadhi.
Sirstri will enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest
in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes. Whatever Paramashiva has shown, please go ahead and share it in the tinyurl.com and Tag it to your friends and families with the hashtag Paramashivoham, Shakshi Pramana, hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag Power Manifestation. Again and again, go ahead, share all this beautiful post, your experience, and all the manifestation, powerful initiation, whatever Paramashiva has downloaded in you. Share with the world. 100 to 1,000 people view your post every day, and all that blessings of everyone goes to all of us. Again and again, when we share and enrich and cause, we start enriching ourselves into the higher consciousness. Now, with all this, let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for all the gifts from Kailasha each and every day for each one of us. And thanking all of you here, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. And thank you for posting all this great science to the world. With that, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye and hold the space. Paramashiva is real in my thought, word and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva. Continuously has Paramashiva throughout the day. And with that, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. Next session will be at 6 p.m. IST. You can join in through KAILASA.